For Kwabena Japan, who's been General Secretary before, you'd expect, a better performance from him. Unfortunately, that did not happen. He's tried 3 times. The last time he didn't make it into the top 5. I'm not sure.
And I have some breaking news for you. Kwabena Japan is about to address a news conference very shortly. And that's going to be interesting. We should go to Fatal Bayaga pretty shortly to give us a sense of why this press conference has been called. It will be very important to get a context before we hear him. But I believe he may have heard one of his allies in the studio with us who say, concede. And we're expecting that pretty shortly. Kennedy Japan, I believe, not Kwabena Japan, Kennedy Japan is about to address a news conference on for what we're reading. And Fatal Bayaga will join us pretty shortly to give us some context, because he is there in his camp. And I'm just noting that Dr. Makisibe Yeboah, as an American player in his campaign, had said it here, that he believes that the concessions must quickly happen now. Don't wait till the EC does a declaration, because he says something about, and there's a history to this. You recall when Nana Addo lost the Supreme Court after the election petition.
2013.
That thing he did where he said, I disagree, but I accept. I still remember that. A lot of people, he sort of won the hearts and minds of a lot of people.
Yeah. And
after he did that.
In 2014, Nana Addo, after he won, Alan Tremantin called him and said, Yatwama boom, and you had Nana Addo on the phone, oh yeah, Zomatoma boom, 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 laughing all over.
Yeah.
It's good, and it actually sends a certain message to your supporters.
Yeah.
So when you do that, and Nana Addo showed it when in the build-up to the 2016 election, he campaigned with Alan Tremantin. Okay, so it just doesn't have to end with a call. It must end with a campaign together to show supporters that, look, we're friends and we are in this together. If you don't do that and you go and sit home expecting that you're going to show up in 2030 or 2029, if your party is not successful, things don't work like that, Evans.
Yeah, I mean, and I need to also say something about this, though, because it's Kennedy's biggest challenge is the way he's perceived publicly. This could be one of those moments that begins to change people's perception of him. If he does a press conference now, concedes, and the concession is done in a way that is humorous, you can laugh about it, yeah, you lick your wounds, but I've called him, we spoke, and is very friendly, you begin to see him differently. It's a moment that he needs to seize, and politics is about realizing the moment, right? I keep going back to that Nana Addo example. Remember that before that election, Nana Addo had been branded as somebody who had encouraged violence in Akwatia. Mm-hmm. And the NDC had used it against him, and that exactly, and that had been used against him, and that he's somebody who is uncompromising, he is arrogant, he doesn't concede defeat, he always believes he's the best. But when he did that, people saw him differently. And he went away for a long time, stayed away from politics, and then re-emerged, I think 6 months later, to begin coming back. And I think this is a moment for Kennedy to do something similar. Also because of how this campaign had gone, etc. He needs to step in now and make this a moment where he seizes to further entrench that view that he's a man who can reform. This is not the end of him, by the way. He clearly has something about him. And how he leverages this moment for the next opportunity is important, right? Opportunities are there for him going forward. And that for me is important. You think that is an important for him to consider in the bigger scheme of things?
More so if you look at the numbers, his showing has not been a good one. And I think if we are not careful, Brian Champon might come second.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you seen the latest figures? It's very surprising.
Yes.
Brian is at 20%, he's at 22%.
22%. It might just be neck to neck, but with if you are doing you are in the 20s, I would quickly call Bawumia, concede, and then I think get your supporters. I supported Kennedy. I don't have an option.
Yeah.
Everybody is going to rally around Bawumia. So I don't think there's going to be another showdown. He will do the needful.
Yeah. And by the way, I just want to update you on the results as we have it now. And that's what Dr. Makisiwe was just pointing to right now. Out of 200 or 202 voting centers, Kennedy Japan has 30,991. That is 22.13%. 22.13%. And then you have Brian Champon with 28,418. That is 20.30%. And that is why you see that what the conversation we've been having here, he's been closing the gap between himself and Kennedy all this while. And it's almost neck and neck now if you look at the numbers. And we still have a fair bit of constituencies to go. Yeah. Okay, that's it. We want to go live now. I believe we can go live now to Kennedy Japan, who is speaking right now from his headquarters. Can we get him live? Okay.
Come together as one people. And at an appropriate time, you see how things unfold. Don't worry. God will take care of you.
Okay.
God will take care of you. He knows today was going to come. We didn't know. But God that created us knew today will definitely come to pass. We have experienced that in 2023. So today is no different. So I'm begging you, stay calm. There's a lot of food. Go in there, eat. We have champagne, wine, beer. Eat what you can eat. And let's see what tomorrow has for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so
and that there is Kennedy Japan. We missed a bit of that at the beginning, and we'll get Fatal Bayaga to give us, just fill us in pretty shortly. But that courtesy, GBC, the state broadcaster, giving us a live feed from the campaign headquarters of Kennedy Japan, who has just, I believe, had told his candidates to go and eat and chill. And if I heard him correctly, just before when we went in, this may have been a concession. I don't want to say category because we missed the beginning.
But he makes the point, and you know the point can get you to reasonably infer. He says, we did not know today, but God knew.
Yeah.
And God will take care of all of you. Now, my understanding I get is, so if he had won, the expectation would be that, okay, we're moving on to the next phase. But he says, God will take care of all of you. God knows today. He knew what was going to happen. We did not know. And just be calm. Let's be relaxed. There's a lot more ahead of all of us. Go and eat. So anything that you can eat, as much as you can eat. And you know, on a lighter note, to me, he's just telling you that, yeah, we had planned to have a party, even though we are unsuccessful, we still have the party anyway. Go ahead, grab something to eat, and we shall meet again.
And that's an important point, by the way, because I was making the point earlier. For those supporters who are still in denial and possibly angry and finding an excuse, politicians tend to do that. They'll find an excuse to blame everybody else other than the fact that they lost genuinely. Just chill. Kudidi, I have champagne, cool down.
And he's done what Ghanaians love to do all the time. God knows best. You know, in Ghana, we always use God to comfort people. He says, God knew today was going to come. We didn't know. And so that's it. Famanyame, move on with your life.
Yeah,
it's also insightful that he says, we've been here before. I lost in 2023.
Yeah.
So this is nothing new. You know, I've been here before. I lost the last time around. I've lost again. So for me, life goes on.
Yeah.
And that's very important. So we just heard from Kennedy asking his supporters to chill. This has happened before. He's left it in God's hands. He seemed really calm about it. You know, look jovial, and that's what you want to see.
Yes.
That's what you want to see. What you didn't want to see was for him to come out and say, I'm waiting to hear from the party. But he simply said, We'll get a full context of what he said pretty shortly for you here on your election headquarters, but we just heard from him there. My colleague, Fatal Bayaga, will also join me pretty shortly because he was there very close to the action, so he can fill in for us what we may have missed there. If you're just joining us, this is your election headquarters. We heard from Balmo already, who has already, and that there is a live shot, our live shot there, giving us the feed of the Kennedy sitting in his car driving away. Where is he going? We'll fill in for you very shortly. What did he say in full? We'll get that for you also very shortly. He is heading out of his campaign headquarters as we speak. Now, we would also bring you the view from Brian Champon's camp very shortly, because he's also a very significant player in this whole race towards this eventual outcome. The MPP headquarters is currently also set, where we understand that the party is set to hold its grand unveiling of its new presidential candidate, not the candidate yet, flag bearer for the 2028 elections. We'll take you there too, where my colleague Kwikwa Sante will be joining us. Fatal Bayaga is joining me now. Fatal, give me a sense of the full context of Kennedy Japan's press briefing a short while ago. What did he say? Did he concede?
Evans, in fact, he conceded defeat this evening, but he's been talking about a lot of things. He addressed the party supporters right here at his campaign office at Chiachi. Basically, he said that this is not the first time he is going to lose an election, so they shouldn't let their confidence down. They should still be motivated that he would come back strongly in terms of supporting his, in terms of his ambition and all of that. Apart from that, he told the supporters that the MPP is one party. They should not, be wavered in terms of their support for the party. They said that they should all come together as one for them to support the party. So that clearly means that he's ready to support former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, even though when he said that the party supporters or his supporters here were not quite happy with that. Some of them said they are not going to support the New Patriotic Party again, but he calmed them down and said that, this is one party. We are heading towards a very crucial election in 2028. You do not have to, at this moment, because I lost the election, you want to say you won't support the MPP again. In fact, some of them were shouting or chanting that they are not going to vote for the MPP if Ken is not on the ballot paper. But he told them that they should calm down. This is not the right time to do that. It's left about 3 years before the 2028 election. So they don't know. Anything can happen. So they should just calm down and still continue to throw their support behind the New Patriotic Party. But one very critical person who has been supporting Ken's campaign is Na Toshiado. She has been following him, since morning, and also monitoring a lot of polling stations since morning. Thank you very much, Madam. You are live on Joy News. How did you feel when you realized that you were losing this election?
I was disappointed because going on the field, it looked better than what I saw. So I was disappointed. But as a Christian, I had learned to accept whatever God brings my way.
So what does this mean for Ken's campaign at this point, or his ambition to lead the MPP?
Oh, it's finished for this time. Yes. The party, once we choose somebody, we all rally behind the person. So I guess that's it.
But what do you think went wrong generally in terms of this election? Because people are saying that, and based on the information or the figures we are seeing, it appears that his votes have dipped a bit. What do you think went wrong in terms of the campaign and all of that?
I'm not sure if it has dipped because more people were added. At first it was just him and Dr. Bawumia. Now there were 5. So I wouldn't say it has dipped because everybody campaigned and everybody got something. Dr. Bawumia too didn't get what he got the first time. So I don't think it's about dipping. It's about everybody getting something.
But what do you think went wrong generally?
it just happened. So we're yet to do the postmortem to see what went wrong.
Thank you very much. And even, we saw that you were talking about the fact that you had ambition of becoming a running mate and all of that. Does that mean that at this point you are not going to, get opportunity to probably occupy that position?
I never spoke about an ambition to be a running mate, no. I think somebody asked me in the morning that if it was offered, would I take it? And I said, well, if the good people of Ghana or the good people of my party think that I'm worthy, and I think at the time I'm okay with it, I wouldn't mind serving. But I have not come out to say I want to be running mate, no.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. So, Evans, a lot of people, party supporters are still here at the moment, but many of them are not happy about what has happened so far. But let me try to speak with some of them. Thank you very much, your life on Joy News. How do you feel about the defeat of Kennedy Agyapong at this point?
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It is an election, and when there is an election, as our president said, he said whether you lose or you win. But we believe that this is not the end, it is politics. And we believe that we are so strong as Ken, and we will still move forward until one day he will be sworn in as a president. Thank you.
So at this point, Ken is not Ken is out of the race now. Are you willing to support the MPP ahead of the 2028 election?
Whatever be the case, I'm still an MPP member. When during campaign time, you see this campaign was a peaceful campaign. And it is like a suit in a house, and we are all battling for it. And at the end of the day, one is going to win. And that is what happened. And now we have to unite as one people, and then we work towards the upcoming election, 2028 elections.
Thank you very much. Let me talk to a lot more people. You have monitored the process till now. Your aspirant has lost this election. How do you feel about that?
Well, you see, I am of the view that in everything, as Christians, it's very imperative for you to give thanks to God, because it is the doing of the Lord. I'm Pastor Dr. Robert Ayete. I'm the president for Clergy for Ken. And then we didn't see this coming, but we accept it in good faith. We are looking forward for better things in the nearby future.
I really support Dr. Bawumia.
Yes, I would do that. Why not? Dr. Bawumia is a nice gentleman, but each and every one of us has our own preferences. But this time around, I think I will have to throw my support and my weight behind Dr. Bawumia.
You think he would win the election for the MPP in 2028?
God knows best.
Thank you very much. Evans, let me engage a lot more people here. Madam, thank you very much. You are live on Joy News. Talk to us about what do you feel about this particular defeat of Kennedy Agyapong?
No, I can't talk right now.
All right, thank you very much. Evans, let me still try and see if I can speak with a lot more people here. Please, good evening. Just a minute. How do you feel about the defeat of Kennedy Agyapong at this point?
Myself, I don't know. I'm very confused now.
You're very confused?
Yes, very confused, because I didn't expect this coming.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't expect this coming.
All right. Thank you very much. So, Evans, that's the situation here. Kennedy Agyapong supporters are quite disappointed today following his defeat again as far as the MPP presidential primaries is concerned. Kennedy Agyapong a few minutes ago addressed the gathering and told them that they shouldn't waver their support for the New Patriotic Party. They are all one, and that 2028 they should throw their support behind Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia.
Very much, Fatal Bayaga. And joining us right now is Akosua Menu. Akosua Menu is the parliamentary candidate for the MPP in the Dengtan constituency in the 2024 elections. He's a staunch backer of the Bawumia agenda. Belongs to that camp and joins us on Zoom right now. Also joining me in the studio is my namesake. He is the duplicate. I'm the original. Evans Nemako is the director of elections for the New Patriotic Party, and I'm not going to give him a chance to respond to that because he accepts it. And so we already agree on that matter. So, but he's in the studio with me. I still have Winston with me, and I still have Dr. Michael Sibeyebwa with me. And I will also be taking you to the Electoral Commission where my colleague, Blessed Soga, is standing by with the very latest as far as the EC's coalition is concerned. But I want to go to Akosua Menu now, just get a quick reaction from her on what has transpired tonight. Akosua, you have now heard Bawumia, the man you backed. You've also heard Kennedy, the man obviously that you were hoping will lose his loss. He's conceded. This must make you very happy.
Yes, Evans. Good evening to your viewers and to your panelists. I'm actually very excited because I expected Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to win, and I expected that by a certain time we'll be clear in our minds where we are. Let's say latest by 4 o'clock or 5 p.m. And I must say that I'm happy. It's been a good run. The other contenders gave a good competition and many lessons learned in the process. I think what matters most for us, especially as a party, given what I saw, especially in Adentan today, it's a revival of the party. Party faithfuls were happy, calmly in the queues, talking about the way forward, looking forward to 2028. And most importantly, they were concerned about unity, reconciling after a major contest like this. So I'm happy. It's the aftermath that we have to work towards.
It appeared to have done some magic for Bawumia in a Adentan constituency, because I'm reading the data here. Ken today had 511, Brian had 106, Bawumia had 778, Educhum 9, Kwabena 0. And I note that in 2023, the last primary, Bawumia lost Adenta, did he not?
Yes, he did, by a vote.
I see. So what happened now? What switched? What changed? In spite of the fact that he lost the national elections, he's actually gained more votes from the delegates in Adenta. That's fascinating. What happened?
I think it's two things. One, that they believe in his core message of political consistency. And two, they saw what was in it for them as well, in that he preached having a welfare delegate system. And for a great party such as ours, it beggars belief that we don't have those systems in place. So for those who selflessly support the party without a salary, who commit their own resources and time, to push the party's agenda, it's only fair that we put such a system in place for them. And they saw, I think that was the one thing that they really took to, aside his core message of political consistency.
That's an interesting point. And so the grassroots, the delegates responded to his tailored message to fix their needs as far as the issue of welfare is concerned. He has already spoken. He says he's a winner. We're waiting for the EC to declare. Our polls show that. We're just going to do an official projection very shortly. The work begins, does it not? The work really begins.
It does, absolutely. And I believe that the work starts with, at the base, at the party's base, the supporters and followers of the various camps, we need to unite and come together. I think that this has been one of the most acrimonious or toxic elections in the history of the party, all the way to, accusations coming from certain camps in the last couple of weeks. And it's important we move forward, but in moving forward, we need to get everybody on board. So it shouldn't be that sort of, if it's not him, if it's not my candidate, then it's no one else. It hurts the party. And I saw it in 2023. There are some party people that did that. I think it's important that we understand that the person elected now has democratic maturity, and he embodies peace and unity. And I believe that we need to give him the commitments that we've given other flag bearers in the past. It's a personal opinion I have that we've never been as committed to the cause to make him president as we've done for others in the past. It could be the times we found ourselves in, or the challenges that we went through in government. But fast forward, he's made a firm, solid point or argument that he actually has a base in the party. He's the most popular, he's the most formidable, and he's the most experienced. And it comes together for us to, rally behind him and push forward towards 2028.
And very quickly, Kosia, you talking about unity and uniting the party. Just before we brought you in, we heard from Kennedy Jipon himself. He's conceded. He actually put a very jovial spin to it, which is very helpful. Give me a comment on that and how that fits into that bigger agenda now of trying to unite the party in spite of the acrimonious nature of the campaign.
Oh, I thought he was going to wait till the last ballot was counted, but I guess he's seen where it's going, and I'm happy that he has, come out somewhat with a message. I think that it should also be a bit clearer that he shows his support fully behind Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as well as the other contenders, because once we, get together and unite, our chances at 2028 is, it becomes much easier. We need everybody on board. I can't even joke about that. So.
And Cozy, as you can see on your shot there, the party's headquarters is set now. I believe you're going to be heading there now.
I hope I can make it, but I doubt, because it's like literally a few minutes I might just catch it on Zoom.
Okay, you can stay with us, because you can watch it on Joy News. This is election headquarters. Don't go anywhere. We're serving you with that. Yes. But Cozy, thank you very much for making time to talk to us, and congratulations for the great work you did in Adenta, flipping
thank
a
you.
defeat.
Let me just add that I want to say a big thank you to the campaign team, the constituency executives, coordinators, polling station executives, council of patrons and elders, former executives who gave their very best to this cause, and we've seen such a huge victory today for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We're so thankful to them.
Indeed, Chris, I'm grateful that you joined us. Dr. Makisibe is still with me, and I'll get him to be wrapping up pretty shortly and giving me his own thoughts on what happens now and the unity and the rebuilding and the getting everybody else on board, his own role in this going forward, etc. Stay with me for his thoughts on this before he leaves us. But I want to take you to election, the Electoral Commission headquarters. The Director of Elections for the NPP is here, but even for him, he's waiting for the EC to tell him what to do. So let's go there now. He'll get the filler straight from the horse's own mouth. So, Blessed, tell me, what can you report from the Electoral Commission headquarters? Are they done with the collation for all 277 voting centers? Hello, Blessed. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, just give me the very latest from the Electoral Commission HQ. Okay. We'll get
two regions. Two regions, and that's what we're expecting to come through for us to get a national picture of what the outcome of the elections will be. Already we have provisional results coming through, giving us a sense of what the true picture is from our end. These year's presidential primaries for the NPP, we have left the entire exercise, to the bosom of the Electoral Commission, which means that the Electoral Commission would now verify or certify all the provisional results that would be, drawing about since the start of the exercise. So it's the reason for which you have all the candidates and their agents represented here, just to see the certified results from the Electoral Commission. Once that comes through, then of course they would be in a position to tell you who is validly elected. But the trend is similar to what we know. And you can see now that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is in the lead with some 71,000 plus votes, just reflecting the trend that we've known all throughout. And you see that the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP is already in our frames. He's been busy throughout the period, monitoring as well, together with the other agents there. Thank you. Alaji Haruna Mohammed for talking to us. So, we're almost coming to the end. What mechanisms are you putting in place just to ensure that there's no fracture after the declaration is done today?
Thank you very much. I've been able to make sure that this election has been very transparent and engage all the aspirants of the process. Even though they are yet to make declarations, we had them coming out to speak to the media, accepting the laws that have been declared. So that tells the confidence in which they have from the parties organizing in terms of this particular elections. After this election, we will sit down and take stock of all the activities that has happened and form the structures of the party to be able to unite the party. That's the very key thing that we need going forward after this particular election. We need each and every body, aspirants, and all the just looking at the results. It means that we need everybody. We need to get united.
Is there anything explaining to you why there's a delay for the rest of the two?
Yes, these are the two heavy regions. Ashanti region began some to minutes ago, and I think they'll be inching to closing. Greater Accra said they were just wrapping up, and they are waiting to get their centers fee. They just see for them to collate it, complete it on the screen for all of us to see.
Is there any message you'd want to share with grassroots of the party and even some of the candidates who are now losing?
The clear message I want the grassroots to get is that we were supporting candidates in the elections. The elections have come to an end. We need to get back to hold the party very strongly. There is no more competition. There's going to be cooperation. And that is what we need from each and every member of the party as we are declaring the results for today. All of us must contribute ideas to be able to fight the election 2028 for victory for the New Patriotic Party.
What is next after the activities here?
After the activities here, the Electoral Commission would move into the asylum down the party headquarters to declare the winner for this particular elections. After the declaration by the Electoral Commission, we would outdoor the newly elected flag bearer of the party and then take the speech of the newly elected flag bearer of the party. Party headquarters has already put in all the activities or the structures in terms of how this particular process is done. We can only start the process when the Electoral Commission completes and come and make the declarations at the party.
Are you surprised yourself about the outcome?
After elections, somebody would win, others wouldn't. So I knew very well that somebody would win out of this particular contest. So I shouldn't be surprised if somebody wins, because as we open the nominations, definitely somebody would have to win and the others would have to cooperate with the rest.
Best of luck then, I believe, to the losers?
Not best of luck. They are already lucky because the elephant won.
Oh,
no individual has won.
And beyond now, are you certain that you're winning the 2028 elections?
Very certain. We knew that. We are very certain, and it was put into our minds that we need to get the flag bearer early enough to be able to solidify the forces.
From the trend we're seeing, it will mean Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia would be your next candidate. He's lost the last elections.
So it will give him the appropriate platform to go back and plan again with the party for us to strategize and then see where we have lost since he was a candidate on the elections. It means that something ought to be done, and what has to be done very simple in this particular case because he was the one on the last. He's able to assess himself the shortfalls using the SWOT analysis so that at least we can turn some of the trends and statistics.
Thank you. And that's the Deputy General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party telling us that, of course, if it does happen that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is announced by the Electoral Commission, they're still willing to go the extra mile of campaigning together and making sure that the NPP wins the 2028 elections. But would have to wait to see what the outcome will be after him. So, yeah, two more regions to go, and the EC will certify all that we've been putting together for a few weeks. Thank you.
And I told you that we have Evans Maku joining me, Director of Elections. Evans, as the Deputy General Secretary at the Electoral Commission headquarters to supervise that for you, happy with the way the EC had conducted this since morning?
Well, thank you for having me. For us as New Patriotic Party, the guidelines we put out always had the support of all the stakeholders, i.e. our gallant presidential candidates, the Electoral Commission, and the Ghana Police Service. All the discussions we had is the results we've seen today. I mean, for some other people, they would have wished that we're not going to be that successful. But your people, your colleagues have been across the 333 voting centers, and you've seen it.
It's been one of the most incident-free internal elections I have seen in a long time.
Yeah, so yes, I think it's a fair conclusion. You heard the IGP when he appeared at a peace pact signing at Alisa 22nd. And he said that the police is the peacemaking body and want to ensure that the New Patriotic Party will own its own elections and have a very peaceful exercise. And thanks be to God, this is what we've had. In fact, it's not only those who went to the polls today, but it is to satisfy our foundation fathers, the effort they made to ensure that we have the new Patriotic Party in place to help shape Ghana's democracy. And I can assure you, you end up with this exercise, the victory is that of the new Patriotic Party. It's not to any of the candidates. And we are going to come together as a body to prosecute election 2028, and we'll come out victorious. So today, we've shown it again that all things being equal, the new Patriotic Party will put together an arrangement to ensure that we come out victorious. We've gone through this before. We're in 92, we're in 96, 98 in Sunyane, 2007, Legon, and all that. And at all times, the party has come out victorious. Any seat that becomes vacant and there's no contestation, then it's not a serious seat. So for today, what I will say is that the engagement the elections committee had with all the presidential candidates, the consensus we built, the engagement with critical stakeholders, i.e. the police and the Electoral Commission, is the result we've seen today. Beyond this, the victory is not to any individual, but to the new Patriotic Party.
Indeed, and one of the things that we need to discuss is how do you unite a party that already has been left be fractured in this campaign? And Dr. Makisebeba will weigh in for me on this. We missed part of Kennedy Japan's concession speech. I'm going to bring it to you in full, and then I'll ask his thoughts about what next. What should the party be doing right now to close the ranks and march forward towards 2028? This is Kennedy Japan a short while ago conceding defeat.
But God's time is the best. He knows what is good for us. I know most of you are dejected. You have to keep your spirit up, because once we have life, we have everything. So don't be dejected. And the advice I give is, I have taken it coolly, because in politics, you can win, you can lose. Anytime I speak to you guys and tell you we can win, we can lose, you say, oh, win. But I'm a veteran politician, so I know. I've gone through several defeats, and therefore I cushioned myself and expected the worst. And the worst has happened. But the worst doesn't mean that is the end of life.
Sure. Yes.
So keep faith alive.
Oh, yes.
And be happy with the outcome. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? So I'm pleading with all of you not to do anything. We have to stay calm. We believe in the party. The delegates have spoken. We have to take it. That's the advice I want to give all of us. But we don't know what is in store for us tomorrow. So especially the Team Ken, the good works that you've done, I want to show my appreciation. And at an appropriate time, we'll meet and dine together.
Yes.
What I want to say again is that do not use this against anybody in the party. Once they have decided, let's all come together as party members and work together.
We are for you. We want you. No
You should all relax. You should all relax. I know we have 3 years to go. Who knows what will happen? So I want you to be patient. don't say that no can, no vote. So if it had been Ken, what would other contestants, supporters have said?
Oh, yes.
So no can, no vote should be out. Let's come together as one people. But at an appropriate time, you see how things unfold. Don't worry. God will take care of you. God will take care of you. He knows today was going to come. We didn't know. But God that created us knew today would definitely come to pass. We have experienced that in 2023. So today is no different. So I'm begging you, stay calm. There's a lot of food. Go in there, eat. We have champagne, wine, beer. Eat what you can eat. And let's see what tomorrow has for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that is Kennedy Ejapon.
And that there is Kennedy Ejapon, his concession speech in full. We're going to be analyzing that and unpacking it as you know, Dr. Marcus Iberibois, who is a staunch member in the Kennedy team, is with me. Also joining me is a man who also is a strong pillar in the Bawumia camp, Abu Jinapo, or joining me is a member of parliament for Damongo. He's been campaigning very strongly in Damongo for his candidate. But give me your reaction to that. We didn't hear the full thing. Now you've heard the full thing. Give me your reaction to it.
Have been free and fair. If you go into a contest and it's fair, then you don't have any qualms about the results. The MPP is bigger than any single individual. Nobody has successfully left the MPP. We've seen Reku Brube from UGM, Mr. Chair Martin leave in the past. They haven't done well. So the MPP is bigger than any single individual. I like Kennedy's posture. He signaled to his supporters that nobody should do a no can, no vote. I think it's a good beginning. He loves the party. And in the next 3 years, I know he's going to do all that's within his power to support Dr. Bawumia. And going forward, it's the language, especially when it's a winning team that has to reach out to the losers. You know, these elections cost money. It's painful to lose, but we move forward as one party.
Yeah, and that's a very important point. And Jinapo is with me. Jinapo, tell me, give me your quick reaction to what we just heard there. We've had the two speeches now. We've heard from Bawumia. We now heard from Kennedy. Give me your thoughts on what we just heard.
I think, first of all, I think both of them they've demonstrated extraordinary leadership. Dr. Bawumia spoke in a very magnanimous, conciliatory, and in a manner that will help with the process of reviving and unifying the new patriotic party. And he's the leader that he is, and I think he deserves extraordinary commendation. The Honorable Kennedy Ejapon is just spoken very well. I think he also should be saluted. And the way he put it, and to paraphrase him, he said, if he had won, what would you have expected from Dr. Bawumia's supporters? And that means that given that he couldn't make it today, and that means that his supporters should equally support Dr. Mamadou Bawumia. I think what has happened and everything about what is happening today in the New Patriotic Party, as my big brother Osai has been talking about, is the fact that there's the MPP that has won. This is victory for the MPP. Yes. Because clearly, as Evans, you rightly indicate, this has been one of the most successfully organized internal elections in Ghana's history. And it's been fair, it's been transparent, it's been credible, and it's been orderly. And it's a big step by the MPP towards its revival. I think it's a big day for the MPP. It's a big victory for the MPP. And Dr. Mamadou Bawumia should be congratulated highly for this decisive victory, this clear victory that he's chalked and clear mandate that he's achieved. But his competitors also should be commended for a very strong showing, extraordinary showing, and for the way Mr. Ohina Japan is spoken. It gives all of us a lot of comfort, and I'm not surprised because he's a true blue MPP man, and I believe that he stands for the revival of the MPP and the interests of the MPP. So MPP's victory today, in my view.
Yeah, and then the real work begins now. I mean, and it must begin immediately with uniting the party. And give me your thoughts on how the party goes about doing that from tomorrow morning.
Well, perhaps tomorrow morning, but let's get some rest, shouldn't we? Right after 2024.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
You can, as you can imagine, this has been a continuation of 2024 elections.
Yeah.
And especially for about me, I think it deserves some decent amount of rest. And for all the other contestants. But yes, you are right. It begins with the continuation of the reorganization of the party, because what has happened today forms part of the broader reorganization process of the party. We took a special decision at Lagos last year to begin or to take the top-bottom approach of reorganization, which is what is culminated in today's elections. Instead of starting from the polling station, we started from the presidential candidature. And today, the MPP have a presidential candidate, which is unprecedented. So we are now going to begin the reorganization of the party from polling station to electoral area, to constituency, to regional, and to national. And hopefully, by end of this year, we'll have completed the full reorganization of the New Patriotic Party. Of course, we have to be mindful of unity, and so all the efforts that have to be made to reunite the party will be very important. I must point out that the two statesmen of our party, the distinguished statesmen of our party, and two distinguished former presidents of our country, and I refer to former President John Ajay Kufuor and former President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, were very, I should say, very wise, as we all know them to be, and abstained from the vote. The two of them abstained from the vote. President Kufuor did not take the vote today. President Akufo-Addo did not take the vote. And these are two very important figures we are blessed with in the New Patriotic Party, whom I believe will work together, collaborate together to work with our new presidential candidate to unite the party and rally the party behind the elephant and the MPP flag, and ultimately behind our fantastic presidential candidate, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
And Mark, give me your thoughts also on that point about what should happen tomorrow to begin the process of bringing people back into the fold. There are many people who were disillusioned, disenchanted, being cast adrift from the party. They didn't feel part of it. They didn't even recognize it. There have been criticism. This is a time to unite. How do you do it?
I think the party's base has been energized. Because previously, I, a former member of parliament, didn't have a vote. So the process that brought old constituency executives back, former members of parliament, that alone energized the party. And going around, I drove from Koforidua coming, I stopped at Ebri and at Denton and all over. People were happy to be doing MPP business again. And so everybody stands ready. Everybody stands ready. That's how I see it, to work for the party to come back to power.
And
and then to the extent that the elections have been free and fair, I don't think anybody has the right to cry over this one. I know Kennedy is a party man, Brian Champon, a pillar in the Eastern region, you know. They will all come on board.
Yeah. I was going to ask you yourself, what role do you see playing? You see yourself playing in this new revived party going to 2028?
So in the last campaign, we worked on the manifesto. And if the flag bearer thinks that he wants us to do some work for him, why not? I stand ready to serve in any capacity in the party's campaign. So we'll do our work in our constituencies, New Gavin South, as we've always done. And then I think we have a clear shot at winning power.
Let me ask you something that Kennedy Pond touched on about telling his supporters not to say, I'm not going to vote, okay, but also exactly, but don't say, don't do something to that negative. In other words, make sure that there's a sense always when these things happen in the political parties that once you've taken the side of the guy who lost, then you become you're possibly going to be victimized. That has been a certain perception, both NDC and MPP. Mm-hmm. How important is it that whether you supported Kennedy Pond or you supported Bawumia has won, yes. Kennedy Pond had people who supported him too, and they did it out of conviction. They campaigned very strongly. They may have said things that people may have been unhappy about from the Bawumia camp. That is where I guess the tensions are, right? I mean, how do you fix that?
So that always comes from the victor. You have to be magnanimous in victory. Yeah, so you have to reach out, and because the loser is sad, they have recoiled, but reach out. And we've seen it. Akufo-Addo and Kufuor had a fierce contest in 1998. They worked together. Akufo-Addo himself and Alan Chemartin in 2007, all of them came together again in 2010, 2014. And so even the last campaign, Kennedy Pond campaigned with Bawumia.
Yeah.
Yes, so the victor has to reach out. Bring Kwabena Japan on board, Aduchum, Brian Champon, invite them, give them a role to play in the campaign, and the supporters will all see them working together and come around.
Well, what about the key allies that they had also built? So it's okay to say Kennedy Pond should come and support, but what about those who supported Kennedy Pond? Sometimes they tend to be isolated and possibly victimized and pushed away.
I don't think anybody has a choice. There's the MPP that we said, I will not allow anybody to push me out of the MPP. Do you understand? You can't push me out of the MPP. No. You can't. So, yes, if you don't want me around the campaign, I will campaign in New Gavin South.
Okay.
You can't stop me from doing that. So, nobody should feel that they are not part of this. This is a victory for the MPP. We all move forward.
And Junapo, give me your thoughts on that. And Mark says it's the winner who must reach out, and there shouldn't be any thought of victimizing anybody in the process of rebuilding. Yes, people would have said stuff in this process since last year to now that would have hurt the campaign, the Bawumia campaign, but you need to overlook that. You need to overlook that in rebuilding. Politics, sometimes it can get vindictive. Sometimes people are marked down to be punished of a sort. Then they are ostracized. How important is it that doesn't become part of the rebuild process?
Well, Evans, I want to agree entirely with Sibi Yabua's contribution and his observations. It will be totally self-defeating to go on that path. Because what has happened today is really, if you strip it down and you want to be blunt, it means something, but it doesn't mean much. We've seen that many times. Political leaders have won internal elections. What matters the most is clinching the ultimate victory and getting the crown, which is 2028. And to get 2028 will mean getting everybody on board, especially when you look at the elections of 2024 and how that election panned out. It was clear that a lot of MPP supporters did not vote. And it was clear that the MPP's base was not energized enough. And it was clear that the MPP was fractured, and which meant that we did not have the full complement of the MPP's force. I don't suggest by any stretch of imagination that was the only reason why we lost that election, but that was definitely a significant contributing factor. And so anybody who is minded to organize a campaign which will culminate into a successful victory in 2028, must ab initio be mindful that we need everybody on board. And as I said earlier, the Honorable Kennedy Japon's comments continues to be very refreshing. But that also should never be a tool for blackmail, which will mean that because we need everybody on board, people will use that as a blackmailing tool. I think true blue party members, the Honorable Esibe Yabua, whom I respect a lot, did not support Dr. Bawumia. And when you listen to him, you heard him. He said he'd be happy to support and contribute and be involved in whatever the presidential candidate asks him to do. And that should be the attitude of all members of our party. All of our members should have this attitude that at this stage, it is the MPP that matters more than our individual accounts. And I believe the MPP will come together for victory 2028.
Thank you very much, Abu Janapo. And I know are you going to the party headquarters or you're in Damongo still?
No, I'm in Damongo, as always. I had to come and cast my vote here.
Yeah, and make sure also that you delivered Damongo for Bawumia, and you did, from what I see.
Yes, we did our bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mark, I'm grateful that you joined us. And Mark will take leave of us. And Evans Nemako is here with me. There's more to get his thoughts on this discussion about what happens next. He's been in charge of the elections, director of elections. So there's a lot to unpack on this. His day isn't ended yet, so stay with me. We'll get his thoughts shortly. But we've also had another concession speech coming, Kwabena Ejipon. I want to play that for you next, and then we'll get Winston and Evans Nemako's thoughts on that after this.
I think we just received most of the results of these elections, presidential primaries. I've just called the presumptive winner, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to congratulate him on his victory. And we are awaiting the official statement from the Electoral Commission, but it's quite clear that he's going to have the first round victory. And so I've congratulated him. We've had a little chat. I want to thank you, especially my head office staff, for the amount of work you put into this campaign. I would say that the results were very disappointing, but it is politics. I take pride in your dedication, your untiring efforts, your commitment to this struggle. I'm comfortable that at the end of the day, the majority of the party have made a decision. I've always been an eternal optimist. I believe that once the majority has taken a decision, it's incumbent on all of us, patriots of our political party, to give our fullest and wholehearted support to the winner, the eventual winner, which is clearly to our party folks around the country. And we've closed this chapter. It's now time for us to work in harmony, respect for one another, work together, and present the best version of ourselves to the Ghanaian people so that we can earn their respect and, in fact, their trust. It's not going to be an easy assignment. We've got about 2.5 years to work our way. So all of us rally together and put this election behind us and look forward towards 2028. I believe that as a political tradition, we've shown to the whole world that we are the ones who were responsible for the sustenance of democracy in our country. And we've shown in this presidential primary, despite all the heightened apprehensions, that it went on reasonably smoothly, which is a credit to the party. I want to congratulate the presidential elections committee for a job well done. Of course, the Electoral Commission and the police who provided adequate security, and to all of us, the aspirants who couldn't make it. We've been around politics for a long time, and I'm sure, as I've said before the election, we all prepare ourselves for the eventual outcomes. So once again, my congratulations and the congratulations of my campaign team, to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for a decisive victory, and he can be sure of my full support.
And that is Kwabena Ejipon there at his campaign headquarters delivering his concession speech. Now we are in a position to make a projection. Are in, and we can now go to Kofi. Kofi, walk us through the numbers and what the projections say in terms of where all the candidates will land in the eventual outcome when we hear from the Electoral Commission.
If I Evans, I have every detail in my hand, and 209 constituencies out of 277. The numbers we have shows that there are 28 constituencies left in the Greater Accra region, about 31 constituencies left in the Ashanti region. And currently, the total votes involved in this number of constituencies left is about 58,397. 58,397. If I flip it over and I tell you the difference between Bawumia and Kennedy Japan, the vote is currently standing at 49,666. 49,666. So based on this and the circumstances that we have computed so far in terms of the vote we've got out of the 209 constituencies, we can project that at the moment it is statistically impossible for Kennedy Japan to actually become the flag bearer of the NPP, and we project Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the winner of the 2026 NPP flag bearer race.
And Kofi, thank you very much. And that says why you're seeing all the concession speeches coming through. That's him, the NPP's 2028 flag bearer. That is a projected winner, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The party is setting up the stage there at the party headquarters where we're expecting him to be delivering his formal acceptance speech. Evans Demako made this all possible together with his team. They've been working day and night. And you've been watching our coverage since morning. I've been on his phone constantly trying to get information, so I make sure that my own planning and our own planning, myself and Wingsting, when we put this together, we are able to bring you coverage based on the actual work that Evans and co are doing. And he says that he's a consultant, so somehow we should pay him, but we won't. We'll keep calling you. But you must be excited about the turn of events tonight. You've had two of the opponents already conceding defeat. What it means is that you did a great job, because this is a validation of the work that you've done. They're telling you that this was free and fair.
Well, Evans, thank you once again. But I must say that I've been your producer behind the scenes, and you owe me a lot.
A lot, yes.
So, yes. But I'm happy. I'm happy today because the victory has been that of the New Patriotic Party.
Yeah.
We've engaged with all stakeholders. Since the National Council, National Executive Committee put together the Adokufo Committee that did the vetting, and Joe Osewusu's committee responsible for the presidential elections were put together. There have been a lot of consultation with all critical stakeholders. Most importantly, our gallant presidential candidate, who had the courage to visit all the constituencies across Ghana and engage with the party rank and file. They've done a human job. They've excited the base. And I think that the results we've seen today is out of the consensus engagement we've had. And so I wasn't expecting anything less than what we've experienced today. And thankfully to you, the media, you've been able to let the world know what the New Patriotic Party is made of. Having engaged with all of them, we have said that as a committee, in terms of getting these elections properly conducted, we got the Electoral Commission to take charge of the conduct of this exercise. And our engagement with the Ghana Police Service was that all security arrangements was to be handled by the Ghana Police Service. Mm-hmm. And if you quite remember, when on 22nd, we met at the Alisa to sign the peace pact, the IGP assured the party that they were ready to ensure that we will have a very peaceful exercise. And thanks be to God, this is what we've seen today. And so today, I think the victory is that of the New Patriotic Party. And I'm happy that aside the conversation that came from all the presidential candidates about the work of the Presidential Elections Committee, today we've seen it all. Yeah. To the extent that the camp of Mr. Kennedy Japan, Engineer Kwame Japan, have all said it all, that this has been a very peaceful election. It's been fair, it's been credible, and they accept the decision of the New Patriotic Party. Yeah. And you see, Evan, this is not the first time. We went into elections in 1992. After presidential elections, we decided that we will not participate in the parliamentary elections. However, in 1996, we had a contest, and the party decided. We moved on to 98, very competitive. At the end of it all, when the party decided that this is our candidate, the party rallied behind that individual, and we went into the election 2000, and we won. Having won the 2000 elections, because we were in government in 2004, we didn't do, and the president had unopposed contest. But in 2007, we had a very fierce contest, and the party took the decision. Beyond that, anytime there is a need for the party to go into contestation, we've done it in style. And today, we've seen it all. All that we are expecting from party rank and file is that they should continue with the work that the foundation fathers did. And this is where the New Patriotic Party will come back to power in 2020.
And I want to take you to the party headquarters where my colleague Kwekwa Santi is still there for us, and he's going to be doing a few interviews, getting reactions from a lot of the stalwarts who are there waiting for the official declaration. And I'll also take you to Brian Champon's headquarters pretty shortly. That's how we could interact with, I believe, John Boydu. Let's go live.
The work that I've done with this party over the years, if the roadmap is clearly set out and the time for national elections come up, I'm going to pick up and contest for the national chairmanship. And I believe that there's nothing that I need to learn in terms of making sure that this party is formidable. This party provides a clear alternative to what we are seeing. And if we do so and do so effectively, inshallah, the party will come back to power come 2028.
Thank you very much. John Boydu is a national chairman aspirant. Let me, Honorable Opariansa is the chairman of the Bawumia campaign. It's been a brilliant campaign for them that has so far culminated in victory. And Honorable Opariansa has been at the helm of it. Honorable Opariansa, how has the campaign been? And does this result confirm the work you did on the ground?
Well, I believe we worked hard around the whole country. Everybody on the campaign worked very hard. And I kept telling people that in this election, somehow, although we were the incumbent, we were still like the underdogs because the kind of resources that you would hear others talk about. So you will feel that people might not be even speaking the truth to you. But that's the nature of elections. When people feel that you have so much resources, they tend to lie to you. And so I believe that the things we were hearing was really what it was. I, as campaign manager, will not run around carrying too much money. For somebody to lie to me that he supports us so that I'll give him something because I had nothing to give. You know, so I believe that we must begin to be true to ourselves when we go out campaigning. Otherwise, people will easily tell you things, you will listen. But we congratulate everybody. This is a win for the MPP, really. And we must quickly close our ranks and begin to focus attention on who our opponents really are.
We understand Dr. Educhum, Brother Champon, they've all called Dr. Bawumia to concede. The big question is how you unite. You listen to some of the language on the campaign platform. Do you think you have what it takes to lead the Dr. Bawumia team together with your colleagues to reach out to the other side, unite, and like you said, face the bigger opponent, the NDC?
I don't really think that we were fighting. This was a contest of ideas and views. And I do believe that all the aspirants know that and their teams know that. I tell you, today when I was going to vote in Suhum, Brian's team were there, Ken's team were there, they all saw me, they came and hugged me. So if I go to say Suhum at our level or some other constituency, there is nothing like we have to reconcile. Nobody is hurt, you understand? It's simple, we went for elections, somebody has won, somebody did not win, and we all know that if we had won, we would have expected somebody who did not win to come behind us. So if we are not the victors, we should do exactly that and go behind the person. We must do for others what we expect them to have done for us. Right?
What time do we expect Dr. Bawumia to come here? Everything is set now for him.
As you know, Dr. Bawumia is always ready. Once we give him the signal that we are set, you can see that we are actually putting things in order. So once it is ready, and then all those that have to be seated are seated, we'll usher him in, he will come in, and then the program will take off.
Thank you very much. Frederick Opariansa, the chairman of the campaign of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, speaking to us about what he believes the strategy has been. He says the talks about unity is not such a big deal. They ultimately believe that they have what it takes to bring all sides together to unite towards victory 2028. They know it's an uphill task, but they say they have all the resources that ultimately will get them to do that. We'll speak to a lot more people who are here, where Dr. Bawumia is expected to come here any moment from now. Oparians are telling me now that all is set. Dr. Bawumia is ready. Once he gets the indication that he has to be here, he will make his way here. We know that there are videos that he has left the office, and ultimately, the other losing candidates will all have to make their way here. And the indication we are getting is that they will be coming. And so as soon as they do, we will get them, and then we'll see if we can talk to some of them. Let me talk to a member of the campaign team of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and get some sense of what is going on. Reverend Tim Fojo, how has the campaign? How has the campaign been? And do you look at the results and you think this was expected? The camera is here. How has the campaign been? You look at the results. Is this something that you thought it's going to be this easy for you to win?
No, it's really humbling, but we're very grateful to God for the victory won for us and crowning Dr. Bawumia with this great victory. We are very thankful also to all the party delegates from the police station lecture area to the constituencies, national regions, former appointees, former executives. It is an overwhelming endorsement of Dr. Bawumia. It is an indication of a renewed confidence in the leadership of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as the leader that will lead the party to victory in 2028. The entire team, led by Dr. Bawumia, worked so hard. They worked so hard, and as we worked along, a lot of data was collected, survey was conducted to guide our operations, to guide our campaign, and so we knew that we were going to win. And so the outturn is not too different from what was projected, but we thank God by and large for bringing us here. The most important thing is that, contrary to what the naysayers said, that there was going to be bloodshed, there was going to be chaos, there was going to be acrimony, we have seen a very peaceful, one of the most peaceful, nationwide election in any political party. It was violence-free. It was conducted in a manner that was calm, in a manner that was orderly, in a manner that was free, transparent, and fair. So this is a strong indication of a new awakening of the strength, the splendor of the new patriotic party as a credible alternative, and so all glory goes to God.
Yeah. Now it's time to unite. It's time to bring Ken back to the fore. Brian Achampon, Dr. Richum, Kwabene Japan. Would that be an unhappy task, or you think, listen, the MPP always does this, and you can bring everybody around the table?
After this internal contest, what we have is one train. What we have is one party. What we have is one camp, NPP camp. And so I don't think it's going to be difficult at all for our compatriots and all the 4 camps to come and join Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In fact, Dr. Bawumia's victory is a win for all. It's a win for Honorable Kennedy Japan. It's a win for Dr. Brian Champon. It's a win for Dr. Educhum. It's a win for Engineer Kabile Japan. And so we are appealing and we are urging that all the rank and file, all the teams must come on board. Let us wage a kind of united campaign like never before. And so I don't think there's any reason and any cause why any camp or individual will find it difficult to join. So let's all join and team up together, and let's show force, let's show strength, let's show unity, and let's go and recapture power 2028.
Thank you very much, Reverend Johnny Tim Fojo there. Let me talk to Jefferson Saki. He used to be at Joy FM. He used to read the midday news. Now he's in politics. Jefferson Saki, the former reader of the midday news on Joy FM, former NPP parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma Central. You were a very key part of the Bawumia campaign. You look at the work you did, you look at the results, you think it was expected right from day one that, listen, Dr. Bawumia was going to win this, and the way he has.
Well, I think I traveled with him across the length and breadth of this country, you know, sending his message to our delegates. And everywhere you go, you actually realize that really people were actually, you know, accepting or embracing that MPP tradition of sustaining, you know, a particular candidate, because obviously that person has been sold for quite a while. And so I knew from the word go. I mean, when we went to our very first few places, if you speak to journalists, you speak to, you know, community leaders, aside the delegates and all that, you realize that yes, what people actually needed on the ground was the same kind of candidate that the party had presented in the 2024 elections. Obviously, what really did the magic for Dr. Bawumia was the substance. He had a message, right, as compared to other candidates who would go and say all sort of things. Because you see, politics is about targeting. You have a particular target audience, right? And so if you're speaking to delegate, you should know exactly what they want before you actually think about the national effect of it. And he was selling exactly what he wanted to do for our polling station executives and the party executives who have served our party for quite so long. And I think the result we are seeing today is as a result of the messaging that he gave to them.
Thank you very much. Jefferson Saki is with the Bawumia campaign team. So that is the situation here, Evans and team. Just behind me, a number of party stalwarts are all now making their way in. Members of Parliament, national executives, they are taking their seat in anticipation and waiting for the 4 other candidates to also come in. When they do, and I mean Dr. Brian Champon, Kennedy Japan, Dr. Yawase Educhum and Kabile Japan, they would have to come and take their seat, and then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the winner of this presidential primary of the NPP, will also make his way here and take his seat. And this, we are told, is going to be a very brief ceremony. The party is going to officially declare him as the winner and put him in charge as the flag bearer going into the 2028 election. The NPP says they have at least, or just a little close to 3 years to prepare a formidable campaign in their bid to unseat the NDC. Of course, the MPP themselves have to answer questions about the candidate they are going to put forward. Despite him having such strong popularity within the MPP, of course, looking at the numbers from 2023 and now, Dr. Bawumia has dropped a little from the performance within the MPP. But also the question to ask is he the candidate that can rally the floating voters, those people who are not members of the MPP, to join this fold and ultimately get the MPP back into the Jubilee House? That is a question. The jury is still out there, and the MPP would have to grapple with that and answer those questions. But for now, members who are here enjoying, singing Christian songs, excited that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been elected as the party's flag bearer. And as we await for him to mount the podium and speak to all of us, the message is that the NPP is ready and is getting back to power in 2028. At least that is what the executives are telling us. Evans and team, take it over.
Quarters, and that is where we will end our coverage today shortly when we return, when the Electoral Commission is ready to declare the results. But I want to take you to the the campaign headquarters of Brian Champon, because we're learning that he has taken a step that is very significant as part of the process of wrapping today's process of voting up. And based on the results that are coming, let's get some clarity on that. My colleague Gemma Pia has been at his campaign headquarters all day and joins us right now via Zoom. Gemma, so we've seen and heard the concession speeches from Kwabena Japan and Kennedy Japan. Is Brian Champon ready to deliver his own concession speech tonight?
So, Evans, Brian Champon, some few minutes ago, drove off. We understand that he's headed to the party's headquarters, where the Electoral Commission will declare, and also subsequently they would introduce Dr. Bawumia as the flag bearer. But before he did so, he spoke to his team. Looking at the numbers trickling in, he concluded that he had lost and Dr. Bawumia had won the election. And so he actually called Dr. Bawumia in his strong room and congratulated him for winning. And then he told his team that they have done so well. They were actually very impressed, as I reported in the afternoon, about the outcome of the election, and then told them that they had done a good job. This is the first time, but they had put together the team and the resources to ensure that they won more than 30,000 of the votes cast. And so he's very much impressed with what has happened. We understand that he also called Kennedy Japan about the outcome of this election. Now, he also says that they've lost. Now, all that they need to do is to rally behind the winner, Dr. Bawumia, and move on as a party to look at 2028 and how they can wrestle power from the governing NDC. So that's what we do know. Now, he is headed to the headquarters of the party.
Okay, indeed. And so I guess that the campaign headquarters now has been deserted.
Evans, if you could come again.
I'm guessing that the campaign headquarters have been deserted now because it was a flurry of activity a couple of hours back. Okay. By the way, once we fix that audio, I think we have a video now. We have some video now of Brian Champon. Let's listen.
The God factor getting almost 35,000 votes, in 4 months. So we're very, very happy with the results that we got. We had hoped that we would get more than 50%. We didn't, and like I said, somebody got it. We go cheer him up, and we move on with our lives.
Dr. Brown, what's next for you?
Life.
Love?
Life is next.
Oh, life, okay.
Yes, life is next. We have to press on. We are all, just like you are doing, contributing to democracy, the development of our country by doing a good job, being a blogger, pushing our content and all that. You are all adding something to our society. So am I. This is what I do, politics. This part is over. We wait for what's next. You talk to God, you talk to family, you talk to friends, and then you press on with life. That's how this is.
I've heard some of your people saying agenda, Brian for running mates. Is this something you're going to support?
No, I mean, those conversations, we shouldn't be having them. At this time, somebody has won elections. I have lost an elections. The results are yet to be announced, and then we are talking about other things that I know nothing about. So let's take it one minute at a time.
Well, thank you.
Champon also conceding there. All but Educhum, we've heard from, have all conceded. I haven't heard from Educhum just yet, and I'm pretty sure that you can take it for granted that we'll hear from him pretty shortly. So even before the formal declaration, the party is moving on now. Those who have lost have almost finished licking their wounds and ready to forge ahead. That is important, Evans Namako, that even before the formal declaration, there's a forward momentum that for those who have lost, they want to put this behind them quickly. and so they can chart forward.
Happening. You realize that the pawns are now conceding. Canada, Japan, Communist Japan, Brian Champon. And so that's about it. And I would say that we had gone through all this with them, with their agents, and they've all signed off to the rules of engagement. And they had come out openly to say that the effort put together by the elections committee and their involvement, the consensus we had built, engaging with the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police Service, is the outcome we've seen today. So at this point, nobody can come out to say otherwise than the decision of the party. The victory rests with the New Patriotic Party. We are going to put ourselves together and fight hard and win election 2028. And I can assure you, when you are running a political party and you've gone through this major exercise like this, and you've been able to check out all those anticipated risks, and you've come out successful, you only have to pat your back and say, let's move on, united, and fight on and achieve the objective we all want to have. I think that it couldn't have been possible if you've not been able to get all the presidential candidates on board with other stakeholders to agree on the rules of the engagement. And so today, I am happy. And the outcome we are hearing is because there has been proper engagement, and that is all that they can. And these are all key stakeholders of the party. They've been very bold. They've engaged with the base of the party. They've spent their resources, and they continue to be key stakeholders. And so going into the election 2028, it will not be possible if you do not have all of them on board. And for them to yield to the advice of the Presidential Elections Committee that when elections are all done at the polling stations, collated at the regional level, done at the EC's national level, results will be declared at the party office. We expect that all the presidential candidates will converge at that point for the EC to do declaration. And that's what you heard Brian telling us, that he's leaving his campaign office to party headquarters to be part of the declaration to be made by the Electoral Commission. And so today, it's a good day for the New Patriotic Party. We didn't expect anything more or less than what we are seeing today.
But very quickly, but before you leave us, what will happen now once the EC is done? Just walk us through the process towards it.
So we expect that when the EC gives us the final results, the person who got the mandate of the party will give us a certain speech to bring all the party people on board. All those who participated in this exercise will also communicate to their base, and we will have a force to go into the next election 2028. I think that for how far we've come, all that others were expecting, that there was going to be confusion here and there, people will not accept the results, people were going to cook results and all that. We've seen it. Your colleagues have been across the 333 voting centers, and it's been very peaceful, fair, and transparent. And so I would say kudos to the New Patriotic Party. But it doesn't end here. The end result must be seen where we fight hard to win the numbers we have with the voting public of the Ghanaian population, to win election again in 2028 and help run Ghana in a manner that will uplift Ghana's development. That is the objective of of the New Patriotic Party.
Evans, thank you very much. Evans is going to be heading to the party headquarters very shortly. I'm going to be here with Winston. We're going to be joined by fresh faces from the camp of the MPP, of those who support those candidates will join as we look forward to the declaration. We'll be going to the Electoral Commission pretty shortly because now that's where the focus is as they wrap up the collation and send the results to the EC, to the party headquarters where the final declaration will be made. This is your election headquarters as we wait for the Electoral Commission to head to where you have on your screen there live the party headquarters, the MPP party headquarters, to see the national organizer of the party walk up the stage now. We're going to be listening in with two Nana B, who is the national organizer of the party, address the gathering there as we wait Bawumia to arrive, the other aspirants to arrive, and the EC to arrive and formally declare. And then we'll hear Bawumia deliver his formal acceptance speech. This is where we need to go. Stay with us. This is your election headquarters.
Welcome aboard the Flight Deck TV show, your captivating and insightful guide into the world of aviation. The Flight Deck TV show takes you behind the cockpit doors, revealing the fascinating stories and experiences of pilots, cabin crew, and the professionals who keep the skies safe. From takeoff to touchdown, Flight Deck TV show brings you compelling stories from the aviation industry, shedding light on the protocols, communication, and in-flight decisions made by the flight crew. Discover why arriving at the airport on time matters, gain a deeper understanding of aviation ethics, and learn what really goes on behind every flight operation. Let the commander on the Flight Deck TV show navigate this journey safely. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this exceptional experience. The Flight Deck TV show. Welcome aboard the Flight Deck TV show, your captivating and insightful guide into the world of aviation. The Flight Deck TV show takes you behind the cockpit doors, revealing the fascinating stories and experiences of pilots, cabin crew, and the professionals who keep the skies safe. From takeoff to touchdown, Flight Deck TV show brings you compelling stories from the aviation industry, shedding light on the protocols, communication, and in-flight decisions made by the flight crew. Discover why arriving at the airport on time matters, gain a deeper understanding of aviation ethics, and learn what really goes on behind every flight operation. Let the commander on the Flight Deck TV show navigate this journey safely. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this exceptional experience. The Flight Deck TV show.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And at Gold Ball Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a Gold Ball Jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Own your gold. Own your future. Our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And at Gold Ball Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a gold board jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold board jewelry gold tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
Welcome aboard the Flight Deck TV show, your captivating and insightful guide into the world of aviation. The Flight Deck TV show takes you behind the cockpit doors, revealing the fascinating stories and experiences of pilots, cabin crew, and the professionals who keep the skies safe. From takeoff to touchdown, Flight Deck TV show brings you compelling stories from the aviation industry, shedding light on the protocols, communication, and in-flight decisions made by the flight crew. Discover why arriving at the airport on time matters, gain a deeper understanding of aviation ethics, and learn what really goes on behind every flight operation. Let the commander on the Flight Deck TV show navigate this journey safely. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this exceptional experience. The Flight Deck TV show.
After this fufu and pepper soup, I go score goals like them the dash points.
Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Good for your jollof, stew, soup, shito, spaghetti, and noodles. Kivo hot pepper.
I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Champion taste.
Now, 10% extra pepper in each pack.
This advert is FDA approved.
Watching DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra.
Stunning.
Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim.
I love it.
Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV.
Kudos. Remember what I told you. Whenever you face a challenge, never chicken pound.
Just eat the chicken.
No.
Use Kivo 100% natural 3-in-1 mix of ginger, garlic, and onion powder for steaming all your delicious meat, fish, and chicken, and also good for stews and soups. No salt, no MSG, no preservatives. It's 100% natural 3-in-1 mix.
I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 100% natural ginger, garlic, and onion powder. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
After this fufu and pepper soup, I go score goals like them the dash points.
Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Good for your jollof, stew, soup, shito, spaghetti, and noodles. Kivo hot pepper.
I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kivo 100% natural hot pepper. Champion taste.
Now, 10% extra pepper in each pack.
This advert is FDA approved.
Avoid gossip. Refrain from speaking ill of others or spreading unverified information. This can damage reputations and undermine trust.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. It gets everything inside. Champion taste.
Welcome aboard the Flight Deck TV show, your captivating and insightful guide into the world of aviation. The Flight Deck TV show takes you behind the cockpit doors, revealing the fascinating stories and experiences of pilots, cabin crew, and the professionals who keep the skies safe. From takeoff to touchdown, Flight Deck TV show brings you compelling stories from the aviation industry, shedding light on the protocols, communication, and in-flight decisions made by the flight crew. Discover why arriving at the airport on time matters, gain a deeper understanding of aviation ethics, and learn what really goes on behind every flight operation. Let the commander on the Flight Deck TV show navigate this journey safely. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this exceptional exceptional experience, the Flight Deck TV show. Welcome aboard the Flight Deck TV show, your captivating and insightful guide into the world of aviation. The Flight Deck TV show takes you behind the cockpit doors, revealing the fascinating stories and experiences of pilots, cabin crew, and the professionals who keep the skies safe. From takeoff to touchdown, Flight Deck TV show brings you compelling stories from the aviation industry, shedding light on the protocols, communication, and in-flight decisions made by the flight crew. Discover why arriving at the airport on time matters, gain a deeper understanding of aviation ethics, and learn what really goes on behind every flight operation. Let the commander on the Flight Deck TV show navigate this journey safely. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this exceptional experience. The Flight Deck TV show.
Watching DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra. Stunning. Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim. I love it. Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV. Watching DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra. Stunning. Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim. I love it. Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Avoid gossip. Refrain from speaking ill of others or spreading unverified information. This can damage reputations and undermine trust.
Good conduct, great life is brought to you by
Indomie.
Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary Mix. It gets everything inside. Champion taste.
Welcome aboard the Flight Deck TV show, your captivating and insightful guide into the world of aviation. The Flight Deck TV show takes you behind the cockpit doors, revealing the fascinating stories and experiences of pilots, cabin crew, and the professionals who keep the skies safe. From takeoff to touchdown, Flight Deck TV show brings you compelling stories from the aviation industry, shedding light on the protocols, communication, and in-flight decisions made by the flight crew. Discover why arriving at the airport on time matters, gain a deeper understanding of aviation ethics, and learn what really goes on behind every flight operation. Let the commander on the Flight Deck TV show navigate this journey safely. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this exceptional experience. The Flight Deck TV show.
My name is Joseph Titi Afangbi. I'm the founder and executive director of the Young Visionary Leaders Ghana, a youth-led non-governmental organization working in the areas of water, sanitation, and hygiene in schools and communities. I'm a social development practitioner and a passionate advocate for social change. I have been working with Young Visionary Leaders Ghana on so many development engagements and advocacies. And so working with this organization, focusing mainly on ensuring that women, children, persons living with disability have access to clean, potable water in schools. My motivation stems from a child who grew up in a community that didn't have access to clean, potable water and basic education. I always believe that the child must be given such an opportunity to dream, learn, and thrive in a society where there are so many opportunities. The Joy News Impact Makers Award is an inspiring initiative, and it is not just a platform, but then a platform that inspires hope, a platform that encourage and motivates every change maker or every hero out there doing something to support their community. And I think that this is not just an award or an initiative, but it's a life-changing initiative that boosts the morale of every person like me out there doing something to support their people or to give back what society has given back.
And this is your election headquarters. You are here since, of course, morning. We're covering the MPP presidential primary where, of course, one individual will emerge, the presidential candidate, the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. Shortly, we're going to be taking you to the MPP headquarters. That is where the action is tonight. The Electoral Commission will be sending the results from the EC headquarters to the national headquarters of the New Patriotic Party pretty shortly. We're going to be taking you first to the EC headquarters shortly, and then we'll bring you some analysis and some guest appearances live from the heart, the epicenter of today's process, which is the NPP headquarters, where my colleagues are standing by. Kweku Asante, Kojo Brace, Jamapia will be giving us some unique insights live from the party headquarters, and it'll be joined also by a few party stalwarts. But if you're just joining us, for our audiences on radio, Joy 99.7 FM, on Love 99.5 FM in the Ashanti region, this is the state of play as we speak tonight. You see it in the background, you see it there on your screens, with 237 voting centers in tonight. We have, as it stands, Dr. Bawumia in a clear lead with 97,438 votes, representing 56.18%. And then you have Kennedy Japan coming in second place with 40,818 votes, representing 23.54%. And then you have Dr. Brian Champon with 33,135 votes, representing 19.11%. And then we have the last two also there. I'm talking about Dr. Yao Duchum with 1,674 votes, representing 0.94%. And then you have Kwabena Japan with 364 votes, representing 0.21%. So this is the state of play as we speak. We've already projected Bawumia to be the winner of today's process. He will be declared the winner once the Electoral Commission declares the results at the party headquarters. But let me take it to the Electoral Commission headquarters right now, where my colleague Blessed Sogai is standing by with the very latest, giving us a sense of whether the EC is now ready to move to the party headquarters for the official declaration. Blessed, what can you tell us as far as that is concerned?
full complement of the results are received here at the Electoral Commission, then of course all of the action will be transferred now to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. It explains why, of course, possibly Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia hasn't made a public appearance here at the headquarters of the NPP. It's simply because if you take a look at the screens there, we're still awaiting one more region, which is the Ashanti region, for the EC to now have a full sense of what the outcome of the election will be. We told you earlier that from all indications, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is in a comfortable lead, if you want to call it as such, but he would have to wait one step more to confirm from the Ashanti region as to what the full complement of his votes are. So let's bring in one man who's been helping Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia gather all of the figures, the Honorable Isa Hussaini, who's a former member of parliament. Thank you so much, sir, for talking to us.
It's a pleasure.
How are you feeling looking at the outcome of the election, sir?
Well, I think that the NPP has spoken once again. We have shown to Ghana that we are still a unit, and the fact that we lost the last election didn't mean the end of the party. We have come through a very boiling electioneering period. Today, we've had elections, and I have not heard of any major incident. I mean, it shows a democratic essentials. It just tells people that, look, the NPP is still around. NPP is getting ready towards the next election. The fact that we lost that last elections did not mean the end of the New Patriotic Party. And it's for a member of the New Patriotic Party, I am elated.
Okay, you're representing Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia here. What's holding you back as the agent for the former vice president? What's holding you back from just moving to the party?
Obviously, we've had all the results from 15 out of the 16 regions. Yeah. Of course, we had the headquarters also treated as a region. So we have 16 out of 17. And the Ashanti region, in fact, I have it. But the EC is waiting to get it from there. So I'm sure in a couple of minutes we should be.
Okay, so from your unconfirmed sources, what figures are you looking at for Dr.
Sorry, I have to.
In terms of percentage, yeah, just percentage.
Dog is hitting 56, almost
plus 7%. Yeah. Is that an improvement or a decline for you?
Given that the last time it was like a two-horse race, the impact from Brian has been felt within this contest.
Yeah.
And Brian has made a very good showing. And if you look at how politicians behave and the results we hear from one election to the other, I think that it's pretty normal to do.
Finally, for your supporters who just can't wait to see the final declaration made, what would you want to share with them from the EC headquarters?
I think that everybody should see this as a victory for the New Patriotic Party, not just Dr. Mahmoud. It's a victory for Ken Ohendin. It's a victory for Granny Champo. It's a victory for Yao Say the Truth. It's a victory for it's for all of us. It's a New Patriotic. It's not just for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And it puts us in a pedestal, ready and showing the whole country that I'm ready and able to run a very, very good electioneering campaign come 2028, and then we are going to win the election.
Yeah, 2028 is a big deal for your candidate. Are you certain you'll win?
Oh, certainly. I mean, historically, we've seen that every new candidate finds it difficult. I mean, we've not seen a new candidate. I mean, if you take the outliers, take Rollins out and JDM being a president before contesting. Everyone had won either on the second or third try. And those doctors' second try, obviously, is going to go against a new candidate. It puts him in a better pedestal.
Yes.
So I believe firmly that, look, and we as a party, we have given ourselves ample time from now, almost 3 years, to the next elections. And I think it's time long enough for us to heal the wounds, do what is really important, and do what will put our party in a better pedestal to elections.
Sini, thank you for talking to us. So we're still awaiting that very final one, and then a confirmation will be made by the Electoral Commission. But for the supporters of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, they believe that this is where the real work starts from tonight, where they are hoping to win the 2028 elections when that time comes.
Stay with me for a second. Stay with me for a second, if you may, because I need to clarify, just to repeat again, the very latest on the results, because everybody's watching now, the party headquarters, and the party headquarters is now set, but we're waiting for the EC to send the results there for a declaration. And we'll get Blizzard in pretty shortly. Just to reiterate for us, as far as the live projection on what you see there in that window is concerned, how many more voting centers does the Electoral Commission have to sort out before they head there? When Blizzard joins me, Blizzard can quickly give us that update for us. That's what you see there on your screen. This is there according to the Electoral Commission from the EC headquarters. Bawumia is 90,943, as I can see. And then you have Kennedy at 37,000. Then you have Brian at 31,000. You have Reduchuma at 1,111. And Kwabena Japan at 342. So a fair bit still to go as far as the Electoral Commission is concerned. And so we can expect that this should be wrapped up in the next 30 minutes or so. I'm going to be taking you to the party headquarters briefly, but Winston is here with me. Winston, the story of Brian is the story of today, is it not? I mean, this is his first appearance, and he's done a fantastic job. He's done a fantastic job because he's taken votes from both Bawumia and he's taken votes from Kennedy as well. He's taken far more votes from Kennedy than he's done for Bawumia. Bawumia, of course, has dropped from the last time he tried this. But what does it say about Brian as a potential heavyweight when it comes to leadership of the party going forward? Has he made a claim to the running mate position, for example, going forward?
Well, I'm not sure that Brian wants to be running mate. And I know if you speak to him, he'll tell him. That's why he said, somebody has won an election. The last thing you want to do is to start talking about running mate. I'm not sure. Post 2026, what Brian will be thinking about is running mate. He's actually put himself, in a position that he can eventually become flag bearer of the NPP. And, once you're flag bearer of the NPP or NDC, you could become president of Ghana. And that's been Brian Achampong's game throughout. He knew from the beginning he wasn't going to win this election, but he needed to make an impact, and it's an impact that he's made. And so if you listen to Gemma from, the Brian campaign team, they are happy. They are happy that with their performance. And look, he won in the Volta region. Earlier I made the point that I knew some guys from the Volta region who were with the Kennedy campaign, joined the Brian campaign, and they've done the trick for him. He knew how to play the game right from the get-go, knew the people who were unhappy with their, various candidates. He got them on board, made some of them consultants, said, look, you know what, I want you to work for me in this election, do things for me, do that. You can still stay with your camp, but hey, who's going to take a consultancy job and all of a sudden forget the person who's doing that for him? So I sincerely think that, beyond Evans Nimakun making the point, the NPP is one, the real victor in this is actually Brian Achampong.
Yeah, I mean, and that clearly puts him in a very strong position. We know these things always comes down to some bargaining of a sort. I'll draw your mind back to when 2016, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo made a deal with Bawumia. In fact, he announced that he would be his trade minister way before he won Alan Chamantain, way before he even went into the contest in the 2016. That is a deal that was made, obviously, because he needed his support at the time. If you remember, he needed support in the Ashanti region to try and get Ashanti votes and the role that he would have played in that campaign going forward. And knowing who Brian is, there's a reason why he went into this race. He didn't go into this race knowing that he's going to win, of course not. He went in there strategically to position himself as a player you cannot ignore in party affairs. Bawumia will need him now because he's that popular in the party going forward. Of course, you need Kennedy upon too, but Brian now shows he has the resources. Now he's also shown that he has the support of the party's grassroots. That makes him a very important player in a power broker in the party going forward. And somehow Bawumia needs to reach out to him.
Of course, Bawumia is expected to reach out to him. He needs to reach out to Ken. He needs to reach, Ken Japan, and he also needs to reach out to Brian Achampong, okay? He also must reach out to Dr. Yawase Duchum and Kwabena Ejeye Japan. But if you're Bawumia, you want to reach out to Brian Achampong because you realize that, look, he's actually the reason that if you're Bawumia, you had a successful re-election bid. If Brian Achampong hadn't gotten involved in all of this, you know what was going to happen? There would have always been the conversation about Kennedy Japan and what he brings to the team, the fact that this is the hard man the NPP needs, this is the man with the money that the NPP needs. But what Brian Achampong actually did in all of this was also to make the point that, look, he's not the only hard person you have in the NPP. He's not the only person for the grassroots. And I have told you that at the end of everything, what you need to do as a politician and as a political party, what the evidence is showing us is that you cannot be the surprise twice. And after your first showing, you must actually prove to people that you indeed mean everything you've said. And in order to prove to people you mean everything you've said, you must also be there. And when Kennedy Japon was making his concession speech, you heard somebody saying "medachi."
Yeah.
Medachi. That actually tells you how people think politically, because it's about interest. In politics, interest supersedes all.
Yeah.
Personal interest. So everybody who gets into it is looking at his interest. Okay? And so if you're Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and I have said here before that anybody who's had less than the 64.6% that J.A. Kufuor had, okay, has been unsuccessful in his election. But watch this, Evans. It doesn't mean that the moment you get that, you'll be successful. Because Akufo-Addo had 78% and was still unsuccessful in 2012. But at least what we have seen is that in order to be considered as a contender, one that can actually win an election in this country, any of presidential primary, you should have at least 64% that J.A. Kufuor had in 1998, which led to his victory in 2000. So if you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, what you should be doing now is how do you get all the people to rally behind you, go with you into election 2028, and make sure that because you will be showing up for a second time, you cannot afford to lose, particularly when you campaigned and said the NDC was going to present a candidate for the first time and you haven't been marketed already, stood a better chance. So if you're Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you know that this may probably be your last chance. If you don't win 2028, you're not going to come back and sing what song again? Because what you saw is that in 2024, you said, oh, I was going against a certain former president who had contested from 2012, 2016, 2020, and came back in 2024. But in 2028, you're going to go against a new candidate from the NDC. If you don't make it, how are you going to come back? And that's why you need everybody. Once you get everybody, I mean, Akufo-Addo went around with Alan Tremanting. Alan played a major role even in the manifesto. Then eventually, wherever he went, he campaigned with Alan. He wins, he says, this is my trades minister. And you heard in certain areas, for instance, when Akufo-Addo went there campaigning, he had actually talked about how good Alan had been to him. And what actually happened with Alan Tremanting on Akufo-Addo's campaign team, Evans, was the fact that it got some of the Alan loyalists, okay, who were seen as anti-Akufo-Addo, to also get onto the campaign platform and campaign for Akufo-Addo, because the man they support, the man they believe should have been flag bearer of the NPP, was on stage campaigning for Akufo-Addo. What business did they have not campaigning? And so that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
At this point in time, okay, as Kennedy Japon said, everybody must join Dr. Bawumia.
Yeah, and I want to take you to the party headquarters now because there's a lot of activity there. Earlier you saw on the screen some activity there. Let's bring in my colleagues, Braze and Kweku Asante, who is now speaking, and Gemma Appiah, as we build into the final declaration of the results.
I speak to party delegates and also the general public. We start with Gemma Appiah here, my colleague. Kojo Brace is also here with me. We're going to get some interviews. Gemma, you are with the Brian Achampong camp. What was the situation there when the results started trickling in and they knew they had performed very well, but they had lost?
So when the results started trickling in, the atmosphere was quiet. Everybody was keenly following and monitoring the results coming from the party agents or rights agents at the various polling stations. So they were monitoring it keenly. They didn't allow me to go to the strong room in the beginning, but it got to a point where they felt that the results they had were enough to determine who was in the lead. And so that was when they allowed me to the strong room. And there I found Dr. Brian Achampong engaging his people, telling them that he had done so well. They were impressed. You could see them beaming with smiles. Even though he says that what they were hoping for was a 50+1 vote, they actually are very impressed
phoned. He has phoned Dr. Baumia, and they were quite impressed by their own performance. Are you impressed, Brother Champon? Coming in, did you think that he was going to give Kennedy Japan such a run for his money for the second position?
I mean, look, this is beyond expectation anyway. You could see that Brian didn't come in to joke, but when you see the sort of performance he's put in, it makes you want to say that this is Kennedy Japan of 2023. You remember 2023, it was between Baumia and Alan, but Kennedy came in strongly and took the second position. So in this one, if Kennedy was not that strong already, Brian would have beaten him. So you sort of, one, you are impressed, but it also beats your own sort of expectation of Brian Achampon. But I think what did the trick for him, to show the delegates that I am capable. One of the things he did was to take delegates to Rock City. So he housed them at Rock City for days, explained his vision to them, and fed them well. So you speak to a delegate, and the delegate will say, I've gone to Rock City, and I feel Brian is a man. So Brian came into this race with a certain goal, and in fact, I think that he's achieved it. He's made claim for himself for the next primaries that I am the man to come after Mahmoud Babi.
Right, let's back to Dr. Charles Dramina. Dr. China, how impressed are you with the performance of the party in organizing this election, but also ultimately the outcome that we have seen?
Well, first of all, greetings and kudos to the party delegates. It's been one of the best performances so far. It was orderly, it was peaceful, free and fair. And so everyone is at peace, both the winning side, the losing side. At the end of the day, there is one winner, the enemy is the winner. We have sent a clear message to the Ghanaian electorate that we are ready, we've mended our ways, and we are prepared to campaign across the length and breadth of the country to take power and restore Ghana on a path.
How do you intend to unite? Bring Kennedy Japan, Brian Achampon back to the table in a way that makes it much more easier for the party to go into the 2028 election with one united voice.
As you can see, it's evident here. People from various sides and teams are mingling and exchanging pleasantries and all that. So it has started because it wasn't internal division, just that there were differences in opinion, differences in who should be. At the end of the day, that is over. We have a flag bearer who is the person of Dr. Baumia, and we are all rallying behind him.
Thank you. Dr. China there telling us about what they think. But obviously the Brian thing, there's a big call now from some people that say that Brian Achampon has made a big case for himself for running mate position ultimately in the 2028 election. Is that a conversation that is going to be startling in the mind of Dr. Baumia and every other person in the party?
Well, Kweku, I think that they will have a point to make that claim that due to the performance of Brian, maybe it is right we consider. But you know what? The NPP is such a tradition that if your presidential candidate is not coming from the Ashanti region, I am almost sure you cannot leave the Ashanti out in the running mate.
Kufuor was from the eastern region, his running mate was from the north, and they were always winning.
You have a point there. But
I think I get your point. There's such a clamor from within the Ashanti region that, listen, we need to be represented. In fact, in particular, in the last election, it was clear that the running mate had to come from Ashanti region. So perhaps that is the same thinking on the mind. But Eastern region is also like the second strongest hold of the MPP.
Look, it will be a tough decision for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia to make, because Brian has shown you what he can actually do if you pick him as running mate. But again, you also be thinking about, do I disappoint the Ashanti bloc from whom I appointed my former flag bearer? Again, you speak to him.
Chairman Buga, the MPP third national vice chairman. Chairman, your party has put up quite a show. The election has generally been peaceful, and you've ultimately gotten to the point where we know that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is the one that is going to win. How does that make you feel about your chances for 2028?
Very well. Today, as a national officer, I cannot formally
As a national officer, I cannot formally say Bawumia has won, whereby the Electoral Commission is not yet declared. Yeah, but what I want people to understand is that the party is a national party. We believe in rule of law. We believe in our own constitution. That is the reason why we open nomination every 4 years for the prospective candidate to contest. You know, 2023, it was a contest like this when Bawumia won. We can decide to say Bawumia, because he was the former presidential candidate, he should go on. But because of the constitution, we allow ourselves to open a nomination for anybody who is qualified to come and pick form so that he will contest. If you look at the game, 5 of them have picked forms. They went to vetting. Vetting have approved them. So today, this is the day the National Council and the NEC approved for the election of the flag bearership on 31st January 2026. So this is clear, shows that the party is in a unity direction. So after the election, anyone who emerged a winner, anyone out of the 5 who the Electoral Commission came here and declared, all the party, all of us are going to give him a massive support, to support him and march with him so that the victory that we are looking 2028 to achieve it.
Thank you very much, Chairman. When you were at Brian's office, did you get any sense that they are ready, willing to fully back Bawumia and put aside all the petty squabbles in the campaign and go all out there for Bawumia for 2028?
Absolutely. What he actually told his team, and I was the only media person with his team, what he actually told them was that the job is done. They are done well. They're going to reconvene it later to assess what they've done so far. But now, the candidates that the party has chosen is who they are going to support. He also responded to these questions about being the vice presidential candidate to Bawumia. He says that he just finished the election, and so it's now time for him to, and he has no intention at that moment. We don't know what will happen in the future, but he has no intention at that moment, and was even thinking about that. He just lost an election. That's how he puts it. And so they've made calls, but he says he just finished, and they need to unite the party and move ahead, and that's what he's doing.
Right. Brace, there's also a question. Dr. Bawumia had 60% and over in 2023. And this election, it comes to 56%. President Akufo-Addo, former President Akufo-Addo, whenever he won, apart from 2007, he won 70% and over, 80% and over. Does that mean anything that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, even though has won, does not have such a control or such a popular support within the political party, the MPP itself, let alone go out there and extend it?
Once he has more than 50%, that's the popular support. See, the Akufo-Addo and Alan competition, Alan was dwindling.
Well, let me catch you again. Let me talk to Dennis Miracles about it. Congratulations for, just briefly, congratulations. This is a victory lap for you. You've done well. Were you expecting this in performance from your account?
I said it, but you guys didn't believe me. I kept saying it. Kojo didn't believe me. MFA didn't believe me. You didn't believe me, but I kept saying it. Because we know how the delegates of the New Patriotic Party, how they process things. We have been in this situation before, and we know how they took their decisions in getting the party back into power. So it was very obvious for anybody who has been watching and following the NPP, it was very obvious that the party was not going to abandon Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I knew that from the get-go. But for me, I think what is most crucial is not tonight's victory. What is most crucial is how we all come together from this evening and work together as a unified political party and win power for the NPP. Listen, there is so much that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has to deliver for the people of this country. I know that. And you, Asante, I know you know it. Put politics aside. When you listen to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and you hear him articulate the vision he has for this country, and you even see the few initiatives he has led, I am sure you know that if we give him the chance, there is a lot he can also bring onto the table.
I mean, let me ask you, Dr. Bawumia had 60% and over in 2023. This time around, it's about 56%. Does that show command and control within the party, internal dynamics, or the dynamics are different?
In MPP, the dynamics are always different from the NDC. Listen, the NDC, the first time they were electing a leader after Rawlings, Jerry John Rawlings lifted the hands of Buttermills and declared. Afterwards, the only competitive contest that we can actually say was competition was Fonka Games. Since then, for 16 years, it has been one person, John Mahama. It's a different political party. The party was founded by one person.
But you see the results of Akufo-Addo.
Hold on.
Whatever he won considerably big.
Hold on. The party was founded by one person and his wife. The MPP was founded by different interest groups, different associations, different individuals of high stature. Go and take the results and look at the results critically. You would understand that this was a fiercely contested contest, made up of very formidable individuals. And so even if you win by just 1%, the party is behind you. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo won 2007 elections through a second round that was not held. Afterwards, he had 3 years thereabout to organize himself before the next primaries. So that time to take control of the party. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia won a primaries on 4th November 2023 and started running for presidency. And then he went into a contest. For 11 straight months, he was campaigning. Immediately, he lost the contest. 4 months later, he was supposed to run for another internal contest. Give him credit. Give him credit. If you want to measure Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia's control over the party, look out for him in his next primaries.
Let me ask you one last question. You and Musa Dankwa, he says he's polled consistently. This time around, looking at the results coming, he appears to have gotten it spot on again. Are you now going to say that, listen, it's time for all of us to work with Musa Dankwa, given the kind of data he's bringing out?
I keep saying this, and you always interview me. Not once did any of you hear me insult Musa Dankwa. I don't insult. I have always held a view. That view has not changed. I insist that he does extrapolations. It doesn't mean that the extrapolations would always be wrong. Extrapolations also happen in statistics. I still hold that view. I said he's a lotto doctor. Lotto doctors do win lotto. You are aware. It doesn't mean that a lotto doctor cannot predict right sometimes. So leave Musa Dankwa and I to continue to contest on ideas and continue to debate. Don't worry about us. He has rightly predicted this one. Just as other lotto doctors would always predict lotto on certain times. I give him the credit for this prediction. But it doesn't change my view on how, or the model that I think he uses. He himself has come to admit that he's not a researcher, that he only collates opinions. He said it. So my views on him hasn't changed. But don't worry, it's only 2 people who are disagreeing on the mode of operation. But he's gotten this one to right, and I congratulate him for it.
Thank you very much, Miracle Sabuaje, the spokesperson for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, of course, talking about his never-ending battle, the running battle with the pollster, Musa Dankwa. I mean, you hear him there. This thing about polls, is it time for MPP, particularly those around Mahamudu Bawumia, to take Musa Dankwa seriously, take the data he brings out seriously, and work towards them? Because like the previous times, he's gotten this one to right.
But if you heard him, he says what he said does not mean that it doesn't. So I guess they do. But in politics, if someone tells you you're losing, you don't have to accept it. Because we are going to track, anything can happen. So I get where they're coming from. One question we have shifted away from running mate issue. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will have a tough time because he was given opportunity how many times? 3 times as running mate. Will he disappoint someone on one? Because Brian has put up a good performance, so it will be tough. I'm not sure he would want to drop Matthew Opoku-Prempeh because one, he was there some time ago. He was given 3 chances. 2, Matthew Opoku-Prempeh is from a certain region, Mensha. He wouldn't want to hurt them. So now he has to sit down with the party leadership to talk to Matthew Opoku and Brian and reach a concrete decision that look, you've done well, but let's maintain the ticket and see what will become of it.
You look at the question about unity. Looking at the campaign, look at the kind of the rhetoric that came out, Kennedy Japan. In fact, he stood on a platform and openly called Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia a liar. And he doubled down several times. They may all be here, but what kind of tough work does the party have to do now to be able to get a base united, same as the top?
It's not going to be an easy task because aside from the front runners, Dr. Bawumia Kennedy Japan, the supporters are also there. So they may be sitting here together and saying they will support Dr. Bawumia, but what about the supporters who are equally important in the party's reorganization effort? So it is important that the party goes soul searching and then gets it right this time because the unity is very important. Otherwise, there's no point in reorganizing the party. We realized that after they lost the 2024 election, they did not get enough time to come together.
That's Dr. Honorable Samia Uku. Incredible performance from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But the question we're asking is, in 2023, he had about 60% and now 56% within the same political party. Does that tell a certain story about his own control within your own political party, let alone now going out to convince others?
Well, in 2023, who were the aspirants in the contest? I'm asking you.
Well, we had Kennedy Japan, we had Kwabene Japan, we had Alan Martin, but this time around, we have a Brian who has also pulled quite a lot of votes.
So you believe that the dynamics were different? And every election is also a different ball game as well. And in spite of the heated contest, he did very well. If you also compare what the Honorable Kennedy Japan had in 2023, this was also a reduction in what he had in terms of the percentage. So I believe that it was a tough contest and it's come out so strong and winning.
There's a question about unity. You were on the campaign, you heard some of the language. Very coarse. How do you get all of these people to come together, not just symbolically, and come and stand on a platform and say, oh, we support Bawumia, but really rally their own base to join you to be able to go and face the NDC in 2028?
Well, I believe the party has a role to play as well. So is the flag bearer. So the flag bearer, together with the party leadership, the council of elders, all have various roles to play. So clearly, it's not a one-man business. I believe that all of them will have to come on board for all of us to win. It was an open contest. It was open to everybody, free, fair, transparent. And I believe that clearly the better candidate won.
Thank you very much, Honorable Samia Uku, a very key person in the Dr. Bawumia campaign who speaks to a lot of people and get some understanding of what they make of all of this. I mean, you talk to Miracles, you talk to Samia Uku, they seem that they have the party base on lock and they can unite. They make it seem very easy. Do you get the same sense?
You see, Afayama told us 2 weeks ago that opposition is hard. And if every member of the party sees it this way, I bet you they will unite. It is only when they don't see it that way that they will relax. We are yet to see what Kennedy Japan will do. Everything that will happen to the party may depend how Kennedy reacts and how Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, together with the party leadership, are able to rein him in, he and his team. I
think there's somebody coming. We don't know who. Okay, Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, the former running mate, is here. Well, Matthew Opoku-Prempeh is there. I don't mind talking to him. We'll try and see if we can get a word from him on what he feels about what is a very important election. He was the running mate in 2024. Is he looking forward to getting that again? And what are the chances that the MPP really are going to get some very fair shot at this? So pretty shortly,
No change.
Decisively.
Decisively 56 and I'm 57.
Meaning, electoral commission for come here. Free and fair. Mention so.
Doc, you are one of those who stuck your head out for Dr. Bawumia and said, listen, don't change him. The party has spoken. They have listened to you. Do you get a sense that the party can unite? You can bring together your friend Kenneth Japon and ultimately get to 2028?
The party is already united. If you have listened to the concession speeches, the party is more than united.
I mean, some of the language we heard of the campaign, their political scientists telling us that it will be difficult for the MPP to bring everybody together in a real way.
The party is united.
Well, let me ask you another tricky question. Are you looking forward to partnering Dr. Bawumia again for 2028?
I'm looking forward to working for the party.
Thank you very much. Napo there, he's not sticking his out there, but you know he's interested. You know, Kwabena Japon is also coming. We'll try and see if we can get Kwabena Japon to speak. He is the first of all the candidates that are coming in, and pretty shortly, the leader himself. Leader, how are you going to get everybody on board for 2028? Uniting, they are those who said that the language we had.
After the hustle and bustle, it's come to an end with victory, decisive victory, and I think it should not be difficult to bring everybody together.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll speak to more people and get some understanding of what is happening. Kwabena Japon is here. He is the first candidate that is coming in here so far, which tells you that ultimately, any moment from now, this event is going to start, and then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the presumptive flag bearer, is going to show up, and the Electoral Commission is going to declare him winner. So the place is now bustling with a lot of activities, with a lot of action. Let me talk to you. 56% now, 60% in 2023. They also say that Bawumia has lost control of the party, even though he has won.
In 2023, the candidates who were in this election were not in that election. Every election is dynamic. And so you will find that depending on a particular election, you get some particular results.
I mean,
That's
Unity, you heard some of the language on the campaign platform. They were very, very coarse. Can you get people to commit to the party's goals in a real way, not in a symbolic sense?
That is the task ahead of us. We are not oblivious to the fact that we have a challenge to bring everybody together. But I've seen videos from some of the other candidates graciously conceding, and I'm expecting that when they do join us and they make their pledges of support, they will mean it. Beyond that, there are a number of things that have also been laid out. I know the flag bearer-elect is minded to work with the National Executive Council and the leadership of the party to build a stronger sense of unity. So beyond that, there will be a lot of work. Mr. Kwabena Japon is here. I think you should speak to him.
There's a question I wanted to ask you. They say that you are going to be but I know you don't want to comment yourself to that. Kwabena Japon, I mean, congratulations. You fought a good fight. What do you make about this whole election? And
the way you're smiling. I hope it's not sarcastic.
Oh no, it's not sarcastic at all. I mean, you really, you put your head out there. You did well. You've caught Bawumia. Are you ready to rally around a candidate for 2028 alongside everybody?
I respect the decision of the majority of our party, and that's how it should be. Once the voice of the people has spoken, all of us have to rally together and support our candidate. He's our presumptive candidate now, so that's what
you heard some of the language on the campaign platform. You in particular, very gentle. You never used any insulting language. But there were those who were very tough and hard. Can you bring everybody together in a realistic way and not in a symbolic way?
Well, the cycle is over. The cycle is over. He's going to be declared now. It's quite clear. The information we have picked up from our own internal collation shows that he's close to 60%. He's likely to win. And for me, that's it. I'm happy you said that during the campaign, we all have to be decorous and civil. Some hard words were spoken. Let's take it in the spirit of togetherness and unity and work together to support our candidate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that is the former General Secretary of the NPP, Kwabena Japan, but he also ran as presidential candidate, aspirant, and he did not win. In fact, for the results coming, he is battling out the 4th and 5th position with Dr. Osei Edutum, and perhaps he may be the 5th candidate. He says he respects the will of the delegates. They have decided who they want to lead the party, and ultimately he is ready to partner Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to go into 2028 together, hand in hand, united, to have a fair shot at winning. And so he is the first of the 5 presidential aspirants, flag bearer aspirants, who's made their way here to the New Patriotic Party. I see on the big screen that there's another vehicle coming in, perhaps another candidate coming in, Kennedy Japan. I understand Kennedy Japan is also here, and very soon he's also going to come in. And so the stage is set, and it's about 8:06, 8:07 now. Perhaps by 8:30, all the candidates would have arrived here for this very momentous occasion for the New Patriotic Party. I mean, yes. Okay, Mr. Augustine, right? Augustine Blade. I mean, you are very close to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I want to ask you, how has he taken all of this? He went into a very tough race. People said a lot of things about him, but he kept his cool, and the delegates has repaid the trust in him. How has he been in all of this? And did you expect that he was going to win like this?
I mean, this is a typical Dr. Bawumia. He's a unifier. He absorbs the pressure. He does not break under pressure. So he knows that the job ahead is strong. So he's looking forward to bringing the party together and lead the NPP to victory come 2028.
I mean, unity. It's a question I keep asking everybody. You heard some of the things they said about your boss. Very tough language. How can you bring the party together in a meaningful way? Not in some symbolic, people come and stand here and raise his hand, but commit to do the real hard work that can unite your party to now go and call on other voters to come and join those of you in the MPP.
The very nature and soul of Ghana is unity. Put the political party aside. In Ghana, we are all united. Christians, Muslims, North, South, small, black, white. We are all united. There's a certain sense of unity in this country. That's what brings the peace that we enjoy. So what we have to do now is to reflect that unity that exists in Ghana, in the party. It's not as tough as you think it is. With the right leadership, the right understanding, and the right person. And Dr. Bawumia has that personality. He understands the task ahead. He himself personifies the unity that we need. In him, we find all sorts of humility, accepted by different religion, build a team of consensus. This has been his legacy. And so I believe he will be able to bring the party together, not in symbolism, but in the real unity of the elephant to claim victory come 2028.
Mr. Augustine Blade, thank you very much. Augustine Blade was the chief of staff of...
That's one thing we have to find out from him. What will be Dr. Bawumia thinking about now?
Yes. I mean, you know him very well. Yes. Wherever he may be, as he waits to come here, what will be going through his mind?
The task as ahead is big. It's big because he's thinking about Ghana. The ideal of the NPP is to provide liberty, development, and freedom, that every Ghanaian will use his God-given right to prosper for the prosperity of himself and his family. He understands the task is enormous, so that's what he's thinking about. That you build that on the back of the NPP and bring NPP to power in 2028, and then develop Ghana with that idea in mind, that every Ghanaian will be able to use his God-given talents to build prosperity for himself, his family, and the country.
Thank you very much, Augustine Blade, the former chief of staff of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Very soon, we'll talk to the chairman of the elections committee in the person of Joseph Osei and get some understanding. Once he is here, it presupposes that the collation at the Electoral Commission is done. Chairman, are you done with the collation completely?
Yes, it's done. The EC is coming with the results. There's no problem.
So, what is your own assessment of the election that the party gave you, that you've conducted? What is your own assessment of the
Excellent, don't you? Excellent. Peace, one-touch results. Quiet, no incident anywhere. Is that right?
What role would you want to be playing in the cause for unity and all of that? after this election?
My role was for this election. After that,
Done for now.
the party leadership will decide.
But from your experience, does this really show that the winner has that grip on the party?
We determine how much is a win. 50% plus one. So anybody who gets 50% plus one has won. That's all that matters.
Thank you very much. Kennedy Japan has just made his way here. The president's aspirant, he arrived here together with members of his entourage, and we will try and see if we can get a word from you. I mean, congratulations, brilliant performance. Well, I mean, it's obvious Kennedy Japan does not want to say anything for now, but coming in together with members of his campaign team, Natoshi and wife and other people, pretty much coming in like that. I mean, this is turning out good. They're coming in, they're smiling. Well, everybody's happy.
Well, sort of to create the impression that the unity we've been talking about is possible. So, early day.
Let me talk to Lydia. It's been a long time. I haven't seen you in a long time.
I'm your neighbor now.
Yes. How has the election been for you so far?
Extremely well. It's gone very well. And for me, it says MPP that wins. MPP, that's a winner. This tells you that we are ready for 2028.
Unity. That is the message. How can you bring everybody together? Looking at some of the things you said about each other.
No, but you know our flag.
Yeah, let's go.
You know Dr. Baumia, you know the kind of person he is. You know, this is not the first time he has received all this, but managed to get the people together. It happened in 2023, and it's definitely going to happen now. You can see them coming. We are one party. We are one family. It is an internal election. It is over now, and for us, it is time to come together.
Thank you very much, Lydia Lassan, former MP for Ayawasu West Wogan. All of them telling us that, listen, they are going to get united, they understand the task ahead, and they are going to do that. But as we speak, two of the aspirants are here. Kennedy Japan, Kwabene Japan, they've taken their seat. We are now going to wait for Dr. Yawase Idichum and Dr. Brian Champon. When those two make their way here, then Dr. Mahamudu Baumia, the presumptive presidential candidate for the MPP for 2026, is going to come in here. Just hear Nabi talking behind me. They are done with the coalition 16 result. They have the idea who has won. Listen, I think I like what I'm seeing here. The euphoria. I see people from all sides. Despite the challenges, they are here, they are happy, and they say they are going to get united.
Yes, Kwaku, obviously, the work is not going to be done here. The unity the party is preaching is not going to be done here. It will be done after today's program when Dr. Baumia is declared the winner of this particular election. And I'm saying that it's not going to be easy for the party because a lot has happened. And we are human beings. You saw visibly Dr. Baumia not happy when he was signing the peace, but a lot of people talked about it, that he was not happy. Now, I don't think that within that time and now things have changed. And so the party needs to do a lot of work before going into the 2028 election. And I think that it will happen when they elect national leaders, new national leaders.
Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, member of Parliament, former finance minister. Doc, yes. I mean, you were one of those strong guys who went out there campaigning for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Yeah. You have won, and you have won well. Do you think that the performance of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia reflects that he has a solid grip of the MPP to lead them to 2028?
Well, of course, this is massive victory. I mean, if you look at all of them, certainly Kennedy got 37% the last time. He got what this time?
Around 23%.
Yeah, so that tells you that this is really a good performance by our candidate who crossed 50 and achieved 56, 57%. And so we are very happy about it. And this is an internal election. It is not about whether you got 70 or 80 or 90%. It's about the party endorsing you as their candidate. And all the others have already demonstrated their commitment to working with our leader to face the NDC.
You can come here, there can be something symbolic.
If how old you were when Akufo-Addo and Kufuor contested. We were very young. So what you have seen was not near what we have seen in the past. And so I can tell you that we are going to be united as a party. All the others have already called the winner to assure him of their readiness, their willingness to support him. And you will see in the days ahead that this party is solid. And we have 3 years to get our acts together, to put our acts together and face our opponent. The NDC should beware. We are coming, and we are coming gallantly.
Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, former finance minister, he says you're ready, you're coming gallantly, and you're going to ensure that ultimately this is the party that can put themselves together and ensure that they win this election. Listen, I mean, I like what I'm seeing. Everybody's coming in, they're pumped. Look at Kennedy Japan coming in, look at coming in with entourage. All of them saying that, listen, we are coming, we're going to rally around and support Dr. Bawumia.
It's a good signal, I say. I mean, because optics are important. It's a good signal that the party is willing. But Gemma said something earlier. It will take more than just the optics that we will see here. It takes real work, and the real work begins now. You don't even have to wait for electing your national organization. It starts today. There are some people who are officers. Work on them to ensure that they mobilize the grassroots of the party, which goes beyond the delegates. Because how many did Bawumia get?
Just about 200,000 delegates.
No, I'm talking about the major election. 5 million on over. The delegates is what? 200,000. So it means that the unity we're talking about must go beyond just the delegate system. So the party must start today and now to try and go beyond what we are seeing today, to work at getting that unity we need. It's important, very, very important what we are seeing now. But they need to work on what we are seeing to really bring about that unity that we're talking about.
Yeah, pretty shortly. I see on the screen there, I think one of the candidates may have also arrived. Two of them expected, Dr. Yawase Educhum and then Dr. Brian Achampong. When they come here, that paves the way for the program to start, because as soon as those two are here, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the presumptive presidential candidate, is ready to come in. Samia Uku, everybody tells us that as soon as he gets the green light, that everything is set for him to come, he will drive in here and then come and speak. Let's now talk about the speech of the General Secretary of the party. Justin Korea is also now going to take his seat, which means that, they're coming in here with the EC officials, and so pretty shortly, the results itself, we are going to hear about it just here. Dr. Mahmoud Webe is coming to read a speech. What do you think should be the content of the speech in terms of the outlook, speaking not just to delegates and party members, but to the entirety of the country?
So, it is going to take a lot of work putting together a speech for Dr. Bawumia at this point, because as we know it, we just have to be truthful to ourselves. The party is not as united as it wants it to appear. And so a message that calls for unity, that he is willing to forgive, and that he is there to bring everybody together so that they achieve the goal of winning the 2028 general election.
Yeah, Brian Achampong has just arrived. He had an impressive showing today. We'll try and see if we can get a word from him. Dr. Brian Achampong, who has just come in here, and we will pretty shortly see the way.
19%. It's a pressure on any person. Impressive performance visit. The number of days on the road seems to have
We'll do that later. Well, Dr. Brian Achampong just coming in, and he's OPK following in the lead. Ultimately, he is not saying much, but he has such a smile on his face. Yeah. For somebody that came in the first, I don't think I did Ghana Connect yesterday. Yesterday was Friday, right?
Yes.
And I said this was a two-horse race between Kennedy Japan and Bawumia. Yeah. I didn't give Brian Achampong a dog chance. Yeah. And here he is, coming in a very, very close third. Yeah. You can see the smile on his face. On his first try, he has done something and has successful about
18.53. If what I have here, and this is a certified result that we are seeing here. We'll wait for the EC2. But if this is anything to go by, Kennedy Japan had 23.76. Brian Achampong had 18.53. That's how close this is. So all our expectations are it will be a two-horse race between Kennedy Japan and Dr. Bawumia. I mean, the results have proven that that is not true. Okay, so leader is coming.
Leader Fenyo Makin is also coming. Leader. Well, ultimately, the performance of, leader, do you have some word for us? Well, it's getting a bit chaotic here, and so I'm just going to pull myself back a little. But Alexander Fenyo Market, of course, today he's not going without a controversy. The allegations that he was sitting right in front of where the voting was happening in the Futu. He has put out a statement, and so he has sought to clarify his role in all of that. And so he clearly is also here, the minority leader, and there's been a lot of talks about him, and he is here. We'll get into that, I'm sure, after today, because even on social media, those who may suggest a change in minority leadership. You see minority leader too. Listen, all that is we are waiting for this to happen is Dr. Yawase Dutum now. Yes. And as soon as he comes, any moment from now, we'll hear Dr. Baumia, the presumptive flag bearer.
I'm sure now he's moving from his East Legon office on his way here. As soon as he comes, then Dr. Baumia comes in and this is done. But, you were asking a question earlier about Dr. Brian Achampon. I'm saying that the actual work has proven that Brian Achampon was not a pushover. He's coming to show that he's the third force. And if you look at Kennedy Japan, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, after Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Kennedy Japan may not have the zeal to go. The person who has clearly shown that he's the one to be watched is Brian.
Dr. Brian Achampon.
It's a statement election for him. I can also do it if I'm given the chance. And he has shown. Instead, right? It means that after Baumia, competition will come. As for the MPP, you know them. They have too many men who can become flag bearers. So after Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, some people were telling Brian, but Brian has shown today that in fact he's not just a pushover.
Brilliant. We are waiting for Dr. Yawase Dutum, the former education minister, to make his way here. Ultimately, when he arrives, then Dr. Mahmoud Baumia will also come in here for this important event to start. Ultimately, what we are waiting for is the arrival of the presumptive flag bearer nominee. As soon as he does, Electoral Commission officials will be here. They will formally announce the results and announce who has won the election. And then there will be speech, perhaps from the party leadership, and then ultimately Dr. Mahmoud Baumia will speak to crown the night. He will talk about his vision for the New Patriotic Party, how he intends to unite the base, how to unite everybody, and ensure that all these are done. So it's quite been a good result for him, and a lot has been said, a lot of arguments are being made in terms of how this has ultimately gone. I want to look at my time again, 8:25, we are getting to 8:23, and as soon as this event starts, a couple of the expectations and things that we expect to happen. So we'll drag a few more people here and have interviews with them, talk to them about all that is happening. Let's listen to Nanabi.
We will welcome His Excellency, the former Vice President.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you sure?
Dr. Mahamadou Baumia.
So pretty shortly, a few people coming in there. Former President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, we expect, will also be here. There's actually a chair that has been labeled with his name, and so ultimately he will be here. And then we will get to know what he says. Were you surprised? Akufo-Addo did not vote. He was supposed to vote here. He did not vote. We are told he wanted to stay back so that he can mediate when anything comes up. Was that shocking for you that Akufo-Addo did not show up?
Well, for someone who just left office, and if you look at his disposition, he wants to be like the father for all, right? So even in this contest, he never that he was supporting. I guess to show people that, well, I'm sure it's a decision that he wants to firm up his fatherhood.
What do you make of that?
These are the statesmen. They're not just party people, they're statesmen. And this is not a contest between the NDC and the NPP, but used to say that they have to support the NPP. This is an internal contest, and their actions and inactions can be interpreted. So for an election that is so heated, with people even blaming the president of the party's defeat in 2024, right and firm for him to stay off this election and present himself as a very neutral person and support whoever the party chooses.
Right, brilliant. Pretty shortly, Dr. Yawase Iduchum will make his way here and we'll get an understanding of how this is supposed to go. The path is being cleared ultimately for Dr. Yawase Iduchum to make his way here. And when he does, then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the presumptive presidential nominee of the New Patriotic Party, will also come here, and then the event will start. It's a packed team here. The minority leader, Leslie Afenyo Markin, has just made his way.
Engineer Kwabna Ejafon. Engineer Kwabna Ejafon.
So, man, for ya, Madia, and Yabano, Munkan, Sensa to Mamu.
Nti afi yesi ya adwuma ama ye wura brand a champion na woni yan akọbọ asase no so Dr. Muhammad Bawumia obi anibo eti ya boda mama no ya boda mama Bawumia se inshallah wo
Why do you tell me I'm stupid? Addiction is respectful, addiction is fair, addiction is a doer, addiction is not a taker.
To understanding what makes leadership authentic and effective. And I tell you, with my professional expertise and personal conviction, your servant and Ghana's next president, Engineer Kwabna Ejafon.
And we're going to return to the MPP headquarters pretty shortly, where my colleagues are standing by to bring us that build-up from there. We lost that link. We'll establish that link pretty shortly and reconnect to them. We're now waiting for Dr. Bawumia himself to drive in to the MPP headquarters, and then the formal declaration will begin. We'll be touching base with the Electoral Commission too pretty shortly, because they are the custodians of the final results. They want to understand whether they are done and ready to move, because we know they are done. And what you see on your screens, Dr. Bawumia wins with 56.48%. It is exactly what the EC has at its headquarters. And so our reporters there will bring us that very quickly. But as you know, we're also embedded with the Dr. Bawumia camp. And so his movement is something that we know. And so my colleague, Kenneth Jesse, will join us pretty shortly to update us on whether Bawumia has left to the MPP headquarters already. And so, again, stay with us, because this is the final moment before we hear the official declarations. And we've just been joined in the studio right now by Musa Dankwa with the Global Info Analytics. He has, of course, predicted that Bawumia will win this with certainty. Also with me, obviously, is Winston Amwa. And Musa, so basically this is what you predicted will happen. It's happened. Give me your reaction.
Now, we're quite pleased with the work we have done at Global Info Analytics. And credit to all the ladies who and the guys who are doing manning the phone calls every day, Monday to Friday. They've done a very good job. And I have no doubt, anytime they give me numbers, that they've done the job very professionally. We've worked very hard on our methodology to refine the methodology and try and find a way that we don't get things wrong. And also deploy more than one or two arsenals to enable us to go behind the headline, to really understand the minds of the voters. So I thank them again for the hard work. They deserve commendation. This credit goes to them, not me. If they've done a very bad job, I will be here sitting with eggs on my face. Yeah. Once again, well done, team. Look, it's about methodology, and rigor, and making sure that you learn along the line and improve the process, and try to understand the delegates in a way that will enable you to really figure out, even when they say they are undecided or they won't tell you, so be able to find out what they actually mean. And also confirming or reaffirming my belief that demography of every electorate is very, very important in winning the election. You know, you see the profile of your delegate, that would inform your strategy, your communication strategy, and everything. Once you get this wrong, trust me, you are way out. Yeah. You are way out. What we saw, I think Bawumia identified the demographic of the MPP delegates very well, and couch the message that resonates very well with them. Let me start with the age profile of the MPP delegates and how that influenced what happened today, and also go on to the educational level. A lot of the MPP delegates are much older, from 35 years and above, close to 80-90% of the demography. That is misaligned with the national statistics for voters, which is about 78% of young voters around below 44 years. Now, how does that impact what happened today? You know, Kennedy's base or his supporters is louder outside the delegate. Among the general youth population, he sounds a bit popular, and he resonates very well with their thinking of who should lead the country at some point in time. But when it comes to the delegate side, they are completely missing. Only 12% of the delegates are below age of 34. So the people he was selling his message to, they didn't exist in MPP delegate. First. And then, look, try and error. Delegates who are older are scared about change. They want continuity and certainty. But the younger ones are more willing to try new things, like Ken. Yeah. And those who are willing to try new things, as we mentioned again, they're not there in the delegates. So that dealt heavy blow to Ken. And also on the job that they are promising, he's promising. If you come to the educational profile of MPP delegate, about 54% of them either have junior high as the highest qualification or they have no qualification at all. So when you go to the delegate and you're promising them a job, you must be very careful. But these people know that they don't fall within the definition of who can get government job. Junior high school is the highest qualification. So what are you telling them? That's why Bawumia was saying that I'll bring the jobs to you, then you select who who gets it. He knows he doesn't qualify, but he can bring his cousin, his niece, his son to go for it.
Yeah.
So the message was not actually targeted at the demography of MPP delegates. Those who have degree, who could be vying for government positions, are just 12% of the delegates. 12%. So the messaging was misaligned. It wasn't really hitting at the people that, Ken needed to appeal to.
I mean, it's also a big question about whether he really did have a message so defined. Because
jobs.
Of course,
they say he has created jobs before. When he comes, he will create jobb. That's what.
Yeah, but that was very simplistic. I mean, that's the point you're making. It was very simplistic to say you're creating jobs, but because again, you're talking to delegates, not the national population, right? So Baumia, for example, was talking about creating better welfare
for the
delegates.
That's their interest.
Exactly. Because jobs is it's a national problem, but is it an MPP delegate's problem? The MPP delegate's problem is that the party's welfare structures for them is weak and in places non-existent. And then he comes and says, I will create a better structure that takes care of you at your base.
Yeah, but Evans, the other thing also is that, earlier I talked about the fact that you can't be a surprise twice.
Yes.
When he showed up in 2023, at the time, he was talking about Party Nanshamo. And that really resonated well with them.
Yeah.
They're not happy with the party.
Because then the party was also in government.
So
there have been people who have not been part of the...
Yeah, because the people, when the party was in government, they said they didn't get jobs.
Yeah.
Now the party is not in government. So what the people want is also a welfare scheme that at least they know that if they need something, they can get it. When you promise jobs, yeah, it's good. I mean, the feeling is that, at least if I vote for you, I could probably get a job. But also, while you're promising jobs, the thing is, you can do the things you're promising now because you've talked about your factories. So within your factories, for instance, and that's a bit of the challenge with even the Ken campaign. If he had MPP people within his factory haven't been employed, if you had delegates in there, these would have been the people who would have gone around to go and do the campaign for him. You see, unlike the Brane Champon situation, for instance, where it says, bring constituency treasurers, let's meet at Rock City. Then all constituency treasurers will meet at Rock City for a weekend stay. Then, after some time, it says constituency organizers. It's your turn also. So everyone see, then the constituency organizers will meet at Rock City. Constituency youth organizers, it's time to meet now and have a conversation. Then they meet at Rock City. When they meet at Rock City, he has consultants within those youth organizers or those treasurers or those organizers who, beyond being constituency executive, they actually become consultants for Brane Champon and for his team. So automatically, these people, beyond just saying, I'm going to vote for Brane Champon, will also work for him and can say, this man is giving me a job. I tell you, this guy can do more if we give him the chance. That's something Kennedy didn't have. And that's something I think his campaign team, and because he had such a good showing in 2023, the best thing he could have done would have been to continue with that following by keeping base, touching base with them. If you don't do that, those people will go out there and campaign against you. And by the time you realize, you're losing the election.
But Musa, I'll come to a few of the other dynamics because Bawumia also lost ground compared to 2023. He lost a significant number of percent because it's 61.
In terms of nominal, actual.
Yes, I'll come for you to analyze that for me. And then the role of Brian, and we think Brian today is a big winner in this. So I'll come to that. But there's something I need to ask you before we cross over to the party headquarters for the main event, which is the showdown between yourself and the prophet. A certain Bernard L. Bernard. You were on our network, our sister station, and this played out where he says he has prophecy that Bawumia was going to lose, and you say your science says Bawumia was going to win. And then as it turned out, we've seen the evidence. The science has won against religion tonight. Your science against his prophecy. He has a statement that has been issued now on his page on Facebook, in which quote he says, "I wish to address the inaccurate prophetic declarations I made concerning the New Patriotic Party presidential primaries. Through a book, videos, and media interviews, I stated that through a book." He actually wrote a book.
Yeah, he wrote a book.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Would the book be withdrawn?
It's amazing. He wrote a book. So that's a book that was launched. Okay, that's okay. I see. Through a book, videos, and media interviews, I stated that Honorable candidate Japan would win the primaries and become the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. That word did not come to pass. I missed it. I was wrong. I am deeply sorry, and I ask for your forgiveness. Because I spoke publicly with prophetic authority, many people trusted my word. But that's a problem, right?
Yes.
Prophetic declarations is not any human word. It is God's word. So for him to actually apologize and actually admit,
it means that it wasn't prophetic at all.
Exactly. It was his word presented to us
as prophecy.
As prophecy and God's word. That should tell you. That should tell you, those of you who held on to his word, hook, line, and sinker. He goes on. And some were affected emotionally, spiritually, and politically. I acknowledge this with humility. I take full responsibility for this prophetic word. I sincerely apologize to everyone who trusted my word again and was hurt, disappointed, and negatively impacted in any way. I am especially sorry to those who made decisions based on what I declared. I do not blame anyone or shift responsibility, except that this prophecy, as declared, failed. God's prophecy failed. Amazing. This moment has caused me to pause, reflect, and realign myself in accountability and discernment regarding how prophetic revelations are communicated. I remain committed to integrity, growth, and truth. I want to end. It says, I'm grateful to those who have corrected me and are correcting me in love, and to those who continue to pray for me. Give me your reaction to this.
It is telling. I think he said a lot in this statement, that those who made decisions. So the prophecy were meant to influence decisions. And I think that is what the political class believe the prophecies do. And indeed, some also believe that the polls also influence things. But we've always said that the polls just bring out what people are saying. And if there are people who want to help or who want help to know where most people are, then the polls are an open place for them to see. They're not obliged to go there. But clearly, we should get to a point where we should take religion out of politics in terms of predictions, in terms of prophecies. And it really defeats the whole, prophetic matters around religion. I mean, people can prophesize personal life and things like that. That's okay. But when it comes to politics, where millions go and vote, and the good thing is that, or the bad thing is that, nobody prophesies with percentages. With posters, they do so with percentages, a margin of error.
Yeah.
And it's either going to be win there or loss here. And even my grandmother could do that.
Yeah.
And that can be prophecy. So,
See, if you look at 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 9.
And by the way, let me just pause and just indicate that in your shot now is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former president, making his way now to take his seat at the party's headquarters. And for those of you who are listening to us on radio, that's what we've seen now. So Nana Addo has arrived and is just taking his seat. He's going to be seated close to, I see Brian standing and shaking hands with him. I see Kwabena Japan doing so, Brian now. And then Kennedy Japan shaking hands with the former president as he mounts the stage to take his seat. I believe the expectation is that we could have also seen, for example, former President Kufuor also join them at some stage. But we're now waiting to have the man of the moment, Dr. Bawumia, mount the stage. This is going to be his second opportunity.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that Akufo-Addo remembers when he got a second opportunity. We'll come to discuss that pretty shortly once this is done. But let's return to the point you're making about prophecies.
I'm reading from the New Living Translation. It says, now our knowledge is partial and incomplete, and even the gift of prophecy reveals only part of the whole picture. Most Reverend Abuajijedu, who's the presiding bishop of the Methodist Church, has said something. He says, the Lord who gives you the prophecy will give you the wisdom about on how to go about it. You see, at some point in time, and it's not like I like talking about religious stuff, but when you listen to Prophet Bernard L. Bernard, at some point, it became about him and not what God had said. When you do that, the moment you start saying, I put my 18 years this thing on the line, I say this is what is going to happen, I am sorry, but you're not God. It's only God who knows the future. Okay? It's only God who knows the future. And like I have said before, and I remember this article by Bertrand Russell on why he's not a Christian. He asked a question that, okay, there's always the talk about God knowing the future. So why will a God that knows the future let his children suffer? We can interpret that as Christians. But the point I want to make is that, and I've seen, Prophet Bernard saying he's going to stay away from public declarations about elections and all of that. I think our pastors should stop that. Our pastors should stop declaring who's going to win. Some have gone as far as declaring who's going to win U.S. elections. I mean, we don't need them to get into that whole thing about who's going to win elections. And Anthony Kabo was on Asempa FM and said that when he was with Akufo-Addo, he used to send polls to pastors on what to do. Because then the belief is that, if people believe a pastor and the pastor says this person is going to win the election, they will just go ahead and vote for the person because the belief is that that is the person that God has chosen.
Yeah.
Once it works for you, what actually happens is that then consultation increases in that particular church.
You're right. And by the way, we counted at least 11 prophecies over the period, just about the MPP primary alone. 8 of them said Bamia was going to win. There were 3 of them that said Kennedy was going to win. The 3 of them included El Bernard, by the way. So even statistically, he was losing. Exactly. The prophetic statistics, the statistics that relate to the prophecies themselves.
7%.
Exactly. So if you were following it, you should have known what was going to happen. But that banter was very obvious. And of course, it also invited some attacks on yourself. Because I saw people who, because religion is an emotive subject. It's not a rational subject, right? But of course, as I always said, the science is what is tested, right? And we've seen that play out here. So that is it for the prophecies, etc. That had. But if you believed it, he's apologizing to you that you were misled, that he misled you. At least it says something there. But let's come to the science. Let's come to the science. So we've analyzed a bit about, and we've seen your shoulder Kennedy upon and Brian Champon seated. You've talked about Kennedy's failure to understand the demography and craft the right message for it, for that demography in the party. What else might have cost him this? Because
the insult, the last Monday's loose kind of. I don't know what
loose talk.
Loose talk.
Yeah.
Look, he was doing okay in the polls, and because we were tracking the polls daily, any event that the camps undertake, we were able to measure it the day after. On Monday, he was doing normal. On Tuesday, we saw a slump in the poll. It continued unabated until the last day of the poll, and I said, this can't be normal. And while he was dropping, the numbers were going to Brian. So if you look at the headline poll that we published, Brian was normally at 6%, but in the prediction, we took him to 13%. That was in response to what we saw in that week. And we said, if this is going to continue, we could see this guy rising. So in fact, I made a statement saying that I cannot vouch for the numbers for Ken and Brian, because at the moment it's too fluid. But Bamia's numbers, I can put my neck on it, because that one...
Because that held steady.
Yeah, held steady. Yeah. And then Kennedy and Brian and it is clear from what we did that Kennedy lost ground the last minute of his campaign, where he held himself, comported himself very well against all expectations. With this one, but last minute he just gave up and it just blew up in his face.
Another point that we brought up earlier when we were analyzing this is the Ken's performance today is also surprising, but also because we have to put in the context of the other candidates who were in the race, particularly Brian. We'll come to Brian pretty shortly. But from 2023, when he first showed up, to his 30+% that he performed, he, the individual, hasn't changed.
No.
He hasn't changed. Same person. In 2026, he's lost ground significantly. We've seen the evidence that a lot of the ground he's lost, the beneficiary was Brian. But these are two distinct human beings in terms of their, their character, the way they approach issues. So they're very, very different. They're not alike at all. So those who liked Ken in 2023, where are they? Why have they switched, apparently, to Brian's camp? Because the two of them are very, very different in the way they've approached this.
If you look at what happened in 2023, Ken benefited from Alan's exit from the race.
So the Alan boys who remained went for him.
That's
an important point.
And then now, if you see the Alan persona and Brian persona, they are completely different. So if you are true Alan supporter in a delegate, you look for an exit, but they will not go to Baumia. And Brian gave them the avenue or a place for them to cool, and that's where they went.
And that's an important point we haven't sort of factored in. The Alan group that remained. He went away with a few of them, but a lot of them still remained. But that's an important factor.
It is, Evans, because yesterday, Friday, I got a call from one of our colleague journalists, and he said he was having a conversation with one key member of the NPP and said that there's a group of supporters from Alan Tremanting who are undecided as to how to vote. And the way they decide would actually shape the election. And so it wasn't just an election about Ken Japan supporters and all that. But what I also realized, and Musa Dankwa, what I also realized from speaking to some of the Ken supporters from 2023 is that they felt neglected. They felt neglected. They felt that post the election, there are some who said after the elections, he did not even come around to say thank you. And there were those who felt that, look, during the NPP delegates conference at the University of Ghana Stadium, where they approved the party's new constitution, they were expecting, Ken's team to go around and meet them in a place like the Volta region. And that was a place he won in 2023. He lost it now in 2026. And some of these guys, eventually, some of the people I spoke to told me that when they were going back to the Volta region, their colleagues were laughing at them. Oh, you are doing Ken. Even when we came, he couldn't even come and see you and come and see us. And that some of these guys told me later on that they had decided to work for Brian Achampong. And these were very influential people in there. So I really wanted to look at the Volta region results. And what I saw eventually was a Brian Achampong victory. And the guy had told me he was going to work for Brian Achampong. He had become a consultant to Brian Achampong. When he brings the constituency executives, one of the guys who goes there to go and train them, sometimes he brings the executives, then, he would invite you, you come, you talk to them, and all of that. When you're going, you're paid well. You take your money, you leave. And so that person who's working as a consultant today will not just work as a consultant, but is a very influential person and would tell delegates also how to vote, and in this case, whom to vote for. And that also helped Brian. But this is the other point.
Just a second there, just while we're watching on the screen there. I want to pause for you to just soak a bit of the action from the ground, because I understand Baumia is now at the party headquarters.
Handkerchief! The former Vice President, yes, Dr. Muhammadu Baumia. Dr. Muhammadu Baumia. MPP Adinkunim, the man of integrity. He is accompanied by man of honesty, his lovely wife, Dr. Muhammadu Baumia. Her Excellency, yes, Samira Baumia. Man of vision, man of intellect, man of integrity, man of ingenuity, the digital man, the man who is going to usher us into victory 2028, the humble servant from the north, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. With an impeccable track record of leadership to service. The man who has made this clear in the minds of Ghanaians that to lead is to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a wave. Let's give him a wave. Pedonsa, 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 pedonsa. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And the beautiful Hajia Samira Bawumia. Honorable Intim Fajo. Pedonsa, pedonsa, pedonsa. Please make your way here for the opening prayer. Party anthem. Sydney, if you are here, please come here. Hosanna. Yes, we are Kunim, MPP Adin Kunim. This is very beautiful. This is the spirit of the Elephant Party. We are the New Patriotic Party. The elephant is our winning symbol. And indeed, we shall win 2028 elections to serve Ghana. Honorable Intim Fajo, open prayer.
Shall we please have some silence? As we pray, shall we please have silence? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, shall we all humbly rise?
And that there is Dr. Bawumia. He is a flag bearer elect. He's just taking a seat together with the wife, and the program is just about getting underway. This is going to be a very brief program because you're going to hear from him. You're going to be hearing from the other aspirants who have lost tonight. And then the party will have a huge task ahead of them to try and now close ranks, unite, and build better for 2028. And so the task is very, very clear. Just before he walked in, we were talking a bit about the dynamics that had led to the performance that we've seen, particularly from Kennedy Japan. And we're talking about basically the challenge that he had coming from 2023. He was a thorn in Bawumia's flesh at the time, first timer getting the results that he got then. But unfortunately for him, he's lost ground. He's lost ground because primarily of Brian. Let's talk about Brian for a second here, Mr. Dankwa. So Brian came in this race, and because of the 2023 performance of Kennedy, I certainly didn't think that he was going to perform strongly. I sincerely thought he was going to be third, definitely, but he was going to be third, very close to Educhum than to Kennedy Japan, if you know what I mean. But as it turns out, he's third, and it's fundamentally has taken away Kennedy's aura in the past. Because Kennedy in 2023 gained a certain powerful status in the party. That he's demystified it, all of it. He's burst the bubble with this performance.
Absolutely. I was expecting him to do around 6%. On the headline poll, which it could go up a bit to maybe 9%. Actually, in the week before Kennedy collapsed, Brian was doing around 9% in the projections. When Ken collapsed, he went to 13%, that we put him there. But look, he's a fresh of breath air, if you look at him. I had a chance of meeting him in his campaign during the Congress that they had. And you could see the aura, you know, he has that kind of aura around him. And I was of the view that he was probably in this game to be able to look ahead in the 2032. That's what I thought he was doing. And I think today his mind will change. And I can see him trying to just look for position within the next campaign to be somehow relevant, very relevant in the next Bawumia
government if they win.
If they win. And look, NPP largely draws its support from Akan, not a regime per se. That's why Nado could win, Kufuor could win. So if you are the right Akan, it doesn't matter where you come from, they could still manage with that to appeal to the Akans using him, because Bawumia will certainly have to have Saudna as a running mate. And probably with this performance, he's made a very good statement for himself.
Yeah, but that is the thing, right? I mean, the Brian is a strategist. He's always been. He worked his way into the Akufo-Addo's cabinet when he wasn't under consideration. And he did so by doing things that Winston knows that made it impossible for Leonardo to ignore him. That's how he, from nowhere, he becomes a substantive minister. When they started off, he was somebody in the national security architecture. And so he knows how to play this game. Plus, he is wealthy.
Yeah.
I mean,
resources.
He has the resources in this game. And I was making the point earlier, the politics is also about, you know, what do I get, when, and how. We know how Nana Akufo-Addo, you know, was forced into a deal with Alan Chamanteng in 2016 when he gave him a position way before he even contested and knew he was going to win the elections. He said, I was going to be my trade minister. And we see that this is possibly something that could happen in his case. But then also, he also took votes from Bawumia.
Yes.
He also took votes from Bawumia. How do you explain that?
Look, if you look at the 2023 election results and how they voted, we'll try and do some exit poll to see what really happened. But we saw it coming from the poll that we did. When you look at those who voted in the last election, Bawumia retained 81% of his base. Can retain 81% from what the poll was telling us. But the alarm bell was ringing when we saw that Bawumia has lost 9% of his people to Ken. But Ken lost 11% to Bawumia. Because at that point, there was alarm bell ringing that Kennedy would not do as he did.
Yeah.
And then you go to those who didn't vote at all in the last election. Bawumia was getting 47% of them, and Ken was getting 23%. So if you lose something in the crossovers, and are able to make it up from the new voters, then you can close the gap. On that count, he was losing. So you could see there was danger all over the place. And for Brian, he was getting 6% of his support from Bawumia's people. And he was getting 5% from Kennedy. So even though he drew a lot from Ken, but when he draws a number from Bawumia, that number is kind of heavy. Because Bawumia won by a bigger margin than Ken at the time.
Yeah.
So he kind of inflicted machete's wound on these two candidates.
Yeah.
And I said it much earlier that, look, there will be one person in today's race who will smile, and that will be Brian. And
Yeah.
I was vindicated.
He's a real winner
He's
today.
a real winner today.
And Winston, this is what surprised me. He actually won a region.
Yes.
Which is a Volta region.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Never saw it coming.
It's amazing. And let me just share that with you. He, Kennedy Japan in Volta region, got 1,982 votes. Bawumia got 4,093 votes. Brian Champon got 5,234. To think that he will win an entire region.
Well, I mean, why am I not surprised? I'm not surprised because, as I've already indicated here, I know some of the people who worked for him. And these were people who were behind Kennedy Japan's victory in the Volta region. And these are people who had spoken to me and had said they had moved. And I've just shared with you how Brian Champon went about it. He had the resources, so he could actually get people. And Charlie, look, Evans, when he was doing this all constituency treasurers, all constituency organizers, all constituency youth organizers, today is your turn, come to Rock City. They go there, he talks to them, okay? That feeling, and when you don't go to Rock City and go back empty-handed, okay? The man is actually come to your, beg your pardon, come to your constituency, he's done the transportation. Now you come to Rock City for a weekend, you eat, drink, sleep in a plush place, and when you're going, you have your transportation.
You go home happy.
Or you have your motivation also. That in itself worked magic. And because at some point in time, Kennedy could not keep his base, you know, Mr. Dankwa makes, he could not keep his base. There were people who probably would have loved to leave Baumia and go to Ken, but would not. But this is the other point also. You see, this is the other point we're not realizing. What made Kennedy so popular in 2023? I have money, and I'm the hard guy. I have money, and I'm the hard guy. Now, in Brian Champong, you had somebody who also had money. He was also seen as a hard guy because the party remembers him for the Ayawaso West Wogon by-election. Even though if you were to speak to him, he would tell you that, well, I didn't do anything. But the party people who say, Charlie Brian is a hard guy, and they like him. So for those who think that Obama is very soft, okay, they see hardness in Brian. For those who say, Kennedy has money, they see that Brian also has money. And they see him as, and he actually preaches, I am the unifier. Look, I'm the one, beyond touching with the party's base, I can meet people up there and have conversations with them. Okay, I've done my PhD in political science. I'm doing one in information systems from the UK. You know, so he was able to convince the party people that, look, I am the real guy. I'm the one you need to send out there to go and win the election for you in 2028.
Yeah, and so he wins the Volta region. So what status does he attain now within the party? And by the way, I'm going to be taking you back to the party headquarters because the committee that handled the process, led by Joe Sowusu, former First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, they're just about to address the gathering there. I'll take you there live once he takes the microphone. Because we need to assess what Brian's role will be in the party going forward. You can no longer ignore him in the MPP at first. Now, well, previously you could, but now you can't. And then what would that mean for Kennedy, by the way, in the party going forward? There's a lot of permutations that must happen right now in terms of the various camps that have been built now. MPP historically have always have sort of a duopoly in terms of the camps, right? So either you are an Alan camp or you are in the Nado camp. Let's go live now and listen to Joe Sowusu, who chaired the committee that oversaw the process for the presidential primary.
Former President of the Republic. Acting National Chairman and the Acting National Chairman and the National Executive Committee, a newly elected presidential candidate and flag bearer, other presidential contestants, Honorable Minority Leader and Honorable Members of Parliament present, members of the National Council, members of the Council of Patrons, trustees, distinguished party faithful, fellow Kukrudites. You're all warmly welcome. You're all warmly welcome. Today, we mark the successful conclusion of an exciting and defining journey. One undertaken in our collective quest to elect a flag bearer for our great party ahead of the 2028 general elections. On behalf of the Presidential Election Committee,
I extend my warmest congratulations to all distinguished contestants, each one of whom campaigned vigorously with courage, commendable discipline, and truly acquitting themselves as formidable gladiators in the democratic arena. Allow me to recognize the unique contributions of each contestant as we bring this historic process to a close. NPP will always remember your respective contributions to the party. I'm referring to Honorable Kenohine Japon, Honorable Brian Echampong, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Dr. Yao Osea Duchum, and Engineer Kwabne Eje Japon. It is important to emphasize that in this process, there is neither a victor nor a vanquished. The ultimate winner is a new patriotic party. Nonetheless, history teaches us that in every contest, a special responsibility rests on the shoulders of the winner. To this end, we call on His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Baumia not to only celebrate success, but to demonstrate benevolence, embrace all compatriots in the contest, and rally the entire party for the greater battle ahead in the 2028 general elections. The delegates believe that you can do this. The collective resolve and unity of purpose is the surest pathway to achieving our shared ambition to make Ghana great and strong. The committee is deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve our great party. We thank all presidential contestants for their cooperation and maturity throughout the process. Going forward, we recommend the party to continue to consolidate the rules and innovation introduced by Professor Michael Quay during the 2023 presidential primaries, including the Intra-Party Advisory Committee, into a single comprehensive operational guideline. This should continue to serve as a reference framework for all future electoral processes and further strengthen our internal democracy within the party and by extension to the nation. We express our profound appreciation to the Inspector General of Police and the police administration and all officers deployed for their professionalism and dedication which ensured a peaceful and incident-free process nationwide. Our deepest gratitude also goes to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her team for their invaluable contribution, technical support, and the successful conduct of this important national political exercise. Above all, we give thanks to the Almighty God for His grace, including the favorable weather conditions experienced across the country. Long live the new patriotic party. Long live the Republic of Ghana. Indeed, we are the new patriotic party. The elephant remains our enduring and winning symbol of victory. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Joe Oseusu and your team, for a good work, well executed. Now we will call on the Electoral Commission to give us the final results from the 2026 presidential primaries. The Electoral Commission, you are welcome to the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party.
Yeah. Thank you very much, organizer of New Patriotic Party. The New Patriotic Party gave Electoral Commission mandate to supervise the presidential primaries for them. I must say that we must give thanks to the Almighty God
for taking us through this exercise. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of Ghana, headed by Mrs. J. Mensah, we are hereby declare the results for the New Patriotic Party presidential primaries. I must give thanks to the Ghana Police Service for giving adequate security to ensure transparent, free, and fair elections. The team here with me, on behalf of the Electoral Commission, to declare these results are, on my right, is Mr. Asante Kisi, Deputy Director, Electoral Services. On my left is Mr. Frederick Tete, Deputy Director, Research and Monitoring. And my name is Samuel Dotokwa, Deputy Director, Electoral Services. 5 people contested the presidential primaries. These are Ken Ohene Japan, Brian Echampon, Mohamed Baumia, Yao Osei Educhum, and Kwabena Ejay Ejapon. 196,462 votes were cast. Out of these votes, 561 were ballots rejected. And here are the results obtained by each of these candidates that I mentioned. Ken Ohene Japan obtained 46,554, representing 23.76%. Brian Echampon obtained 36,303, representing 18.53%. Mohamed Baumia obtained 110,643, representing 56.48%. Yao Osei Educhum obtained 1,999, representing 1.02%. Kwabena Ejay Ejapon had 402 votes, representing 0.21%. The New Patriotic Party constitution indicates that for a candidate to be elected presidential candidate, that person must obtain more than 50% of the valid votes cast. On the basis of this result, Dr. Mohamed Baumia obtained 56.48%. Therefore, Dr. Mohamed Baumia had been duly elected presidential candidate for New Patriotic for 2028 elections.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We now welcome the acting chairman of the party to hand over the flag. We will also welcome the newly elected presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Baumia. With him, he is accompanied by the wife. This is a special occasion. This is a special event. The national chairman will hand over the flag to our newly elected presidential candidate, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. Let's welcome the newly elected presidential candidate. The flag is handed over to the next president of the Republic, 2029 and beyond. His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you very much, Excellency. The next President of the Republic. Japan. Spirit of unity, let's welcome Honorable Kennedy Akumpreku Japan. Let's welcome Honorable Dr. Brian Champon. Let's welcome Honorable Engineer Pabneja Japan, and also Honorable Dr. Yawajuchum to the podium, please. All of you, please. Woman. Let's welcome Honorable Kennedy Akumpreku Japan, Dr. Brian Champon, in the spirit of unity. This is the new patriotic party. The elephant is the winning symbol. In order, on the ballot paper, our gallant men here will give brief remarks. And Kabom Sunkwa Yanyan and Efe, and Jampani for Hay, Abeka Bibika Krabi, at the party menina, I want Kabom Sunkwa Abba. And they almost tie the newly presidential candidate, Echi. Honorable Kennedy Akumpreku Japan.
Kukrudu.
The former President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, the flag bearer elect Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, all the aspirants present, party chairman, general secretary, minority leader, chairman of the Council of Elders, and MPP party. I stand before you to pledge my support, also to accept the results declared by EC. The delegates have spoken, and I want to plead with my supporters that they should stay calm and
I respect the results and help all of us to work together to win 2029 or 2028 election. I want to advise my supporters. First, I want to thank you, but advise that in election, you can win and you can lose. So if you lose, you have to accept it in good faith. So let's all of us throw our support to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the flag bearer. And all I say is, MPP, we need unity in the party. But unity comes with respect. We have to respect each other's views. That is all I want to say tonight. So congratulations to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and MPP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy Akompreko Japan. We will now invite Honorable Dr. Brian Echampong.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, the former President of the Republic, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, the National Chairman of the party, respected patriots, I congratulate my senior brother and patriot, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, on his victory and wish him every success as he leads our party forward. I called him earlier this evening to let him know he has my full support. Most importantly, I thank God for his grace, guidance, and protection throughout this journey. I am deeply grateful for how far he has brought us. The past 4 months has been very heavy, but incredibly rewarding to all of us, especially the MPP. Whilst tonight's outcome is not what I had hoped for, I accept the results with humility, and my resolve remains strong. My heartfelt thanks goes to Ghanaians who opens their doors and hearts to us, to every delegate who believed in this vision and walked the journey with me, to my campaign team, my coordinators, communicators, and thousands of volunteers who gave their time, energy, and belief. I am equally grateful to my family for their patience and prayers, and to the former President, His Excellency John Ejekum Kufuor, and His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo for their wisdom and guidance. To my fellow aspirants for a spirited contest, and to the Presidential Elections Committee for overseeing a professional process. Now more than ever, the MPP must stand united as one family. Our collective responsibility is to rebuild trust with Ghanaians, strengthen our structures, and prepare decisively for victory in 2028. Unity, discipline, and purpose must guide our next steps. I remain fully committed, say Kutu, to the ideas and ideals of our party and to the service of Ghana. God bless the new patriotic party, God bless our democracy, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Brian Echampong. We shall now receive some brief remarks from Honorable Yao Edichum.
Your Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Excellency, the former Vice President and flag bearer-elect, Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia, Party Executive General Secretary and Chairman of the Council of Elders, we have Minority Leader, and all other executives of our party. I'm incredibly honored to be on this platform with my fellow contestants. It has been a fierce battle. This is where we are. We have, fortunately, have a leader emerged. This evening I called my brother Mahamudu Bawumia, and I congratulated him for the sweet victory that he has secured. And I believe that the elephant will come back on track. We will be out of the woods. We are going to secure victory in 2028. That means we have to all come together, and together, forging unity, we will bring back the great elephant party where it ought to be, in government and as a minority in parliament. I believe that the better days of our party is ahead of us and not behind us. We will definitely secure victory, but it calls for unity, and I believe that unity will come. I want to take this opportunity to thank my family. I want to take this opportunity to thank the good people of Bosomtwe constituency. And also, I want to thank all the party faithfuls who welcomed me to their constituencies throughout this period of time. I want to thank them. And I want to say I accept the fact that I did not win. But I know somebody has won. I'll wholeheartedly support the winner so that this party will secure victory come December 7, 2028 and move into government in 2029. Thank you all for your support. May God richly bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yao Edichum. And finally, Engineer Pabna Ejay Ejapong.
Your Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, the former Vice President and the flag bearer of our party, my brother, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, our Chairman of our party, our General Secretary, the Chairman of Council of Elders, all other protocols observed. I'm really thrilled to be here this evening to share this very somber moment with all of us. I identify with all the sentiments expressed by my fellow aspirants. I also want to add that we have a wonderful opportunity to restore the values that animated the formation of this solid party, the MPP. We can be proud of our forebears, that our tradition is a tradition that is responsible for the sustenance of democracy in our country. And together we will unite, and I trust that we'll work hard, as we've always done in the past, right from the polling stations up to the top. Let's work together with a passion and a purpose for the people of Ghana. I am confident that we will earn the trust of Ghanaians. We will earn the confidence of Ghanaians. And in 2028, the elephant will be back. Congratulations to all of you for a
Thank you very much, Engineer Kwabena Japan. Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy Akumpre Japan. You can now take your seat. Honorable Dr. Brian Champon, thank you. Honorable Yao Edichum, thank you. Engineer Kwabena Japan. We will now Kukudu. Let's welcome the former President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Let's welcome
the acting chairman of our great party, the flag bearer and 2028 presidential candidate of the NPP, Minority Leader of Parliament, the former Chief of Staff, the chairperson and members of the Presidential Election Committee, distinguished former flag bearer aspirants, Chairman of the Council of Elders, fellow patriots, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. Fellow patriots, tonight is a night of renewal. First, let me congratulate Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia on a decisive victory. To the over 200,000 delegates who turned out in strength and unity, you have spoken clearly. You have spared us the uncertainty of a runoff and given our party, the New Patriotic Party, a head start to victory in 2028. Your verdict is unmistakable. You have affirmed that the 8 years in which Dr. Bawumia served as Vice President laid a strong foundation for our future contest. And you affirm that he's the leader with vision, experience, and competence to return the New Patriotic Party to government and Ghana to greater heights. But victory tonight is only the beginning. The task before us is to turn this momentum into a movement. We must bring everyone together, every region, every constituency, every volunteer, every supporter into a single unstoppable team. The breakdown of the results of the election dictate this necessity. We now have the longest runway in our party's history to prepare for a general election. Let us use it well. This year is for healing wounds, reorganizing our structures, and strengthening our parliamentary front line, especially if we choose to elect parliamentary candidates in constituencies we do not have MPs. Every week must count. Every constituency must be involved. Every organizer must be empowered. And every communicator must speak with confidence. With the flag bearer chosen, let us end the era of faction. From constituency to region to national office, our purpose is singular. Elect officers who will serve the party's interests, support our candidate, and help secure victory in 2028. Nothing more, nothing less. To our presidential candidate, lead with a big heart. Lead with decisiveness. Lead with clarity of purpose. Lead with all of us behind you. Stretch out your hand to all who stood in this race. And to those who did not prevail, stand tall in loyalty. In our tradition, true loyalty is proven not in victory, but how we respond to defeat. I am confident that each one of you will honor the proud NPP heritage, where after contest, we close ranks and march together. 18 years ago, I chose Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as my running mate. We stood side by side through 4 elections. I know his mind, his character, his love for Ghana, and his appetite for hard work. He is loyal to party and country. With the full support of our rank and file and the continued generosity of our supporters, I know that he will lead us back to victory. The recovery of the economy that was charted before we left office is becoming visible and felt. Those necessary policies to stabilize and reposition our economy are bearing fruit. That is our message, rooted in achievement, guided by responsibility, articulated by a party united with one voice and animated by a bold vision for the future. I know that with Dr. Bawumia, we will present a clear, credible plan to grow the economy, back enterprise, create jobs, protect the vulnerable, and unleash the ingenuity of our young people. The MPP has done it before. Under Dr. Bawumia, we will do it again and do it better. My commitment tonight is simple. I'll devote my energy to supporting efforts to unite our party, re-energizing our base, and earning anew the trust of the Ghanaian people. Let us go to every community with humility and confidence. Let us listen, organize, and work. So, let us rise together. Let us believe again in the MPP's mission. Free the energies of our people. Reward hard work. Uphold the rule of law. And build a Ghana where every child can dream and every citizen can develop. With unity as our strength and service as our compass, we shall prevail again. Congratulations, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, and your beautiful wife, Hajia Samir. The journey to 228, the journey to 2028 begins tonight. And with God's grace, the NPP will move forward stronger, together, and more hopeful than ever. Thank you. And may God bless our party and our nation.
Thank you very much. Our former president. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, we are grateful. We are grateful. The General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party is ready to perform a special task. I will now welcome the General Secretary, our General Secretary, your General Secretary, everybody's General Secretary, Justin Kodia Frimpong, JFK.
Thank you. Our acting chairman, colleague national officers, members of NET present, members of National Council present, Your Excellency, the former President of Ghana, Your Excellency, the former Vice President and the wife, our former presidential aspirants, leader in Parliament, minority group, ladies and gentlemen, today is a very important day for the New Patriotic Party. We have, as a party, demonstrated our tenacity to democracy and rule of law. But let us be mindful that this evening we have not won an election. For this evening, we have elected a flag bearer. The bigger task is for the election 2028. For all of us gathered here, from today onwards, we don't have camp of Dr. Bawumia and camp of other people. From today onwards, we have only one camp, which is the New Patriotic Camp. I take this opportunity on behalf of the party to express our utmost gratitude to the Presidential Elections Committee for a good job done. We also take the opportunity to thank the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police Service for the professional work that they exhibited today. Again, we take this opportunity to thank our rank and file on the way and manner in which they comported and conducted themselves for us to have a successful presidential primaries. As a party, I recall when we took the decision to hold the presidential elections first, many of you did not understand us. But today, the party has been vindicated for taking that bold decision to hold the presidential election early. At least, for now, we know we have over 2 years, 11 months to campaign. We know we have enough time to close our ranks. And knowing the caliber of His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, his doors is always open for all of us. To my colleagues, my friends who supported different aspirants, the party has a role for all of us. And I want to assure you, the way and manner in which you show energy to campaign and to communicate for your candidates, this is the time to also to show the same energy and communicate for the party. And I can assure all of you that the leadership of our party will continue to be free, fair, and transparent in our dealings. There are several activities that are going to go on. There's going to be elections of party officers. And I can assure you, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia will continue to remain fair and neutral and make sure that we elect leaders who will man our offices. I have a simple task this evening. And that task is to present and introduce to you the 2028 presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. The man who is going to secure us victory in 2028 elections. The man who is tried and tested. The compassionate Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia. With a resounding applause and noise, let us welcome our presidential candidate, His Excellency, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia,
our presidential candidate, our next president.
Your Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Acting Chairman of the party, the General Secretary, distinguished members of the Council of Elders, honorable members of Parliament, our minority leader, our hard-working national, regional, and constituency executives, electoral area coordinators, polling station executives, former flag bearer aspirants, fellow Kukrodites, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking God Almighty for making this day possible. I also want to thank all the tens of thousands of delegates who voted in today's election. Officials of the EC, security agencies, the Presidential Election Committee, the media, and the generality of the Ghanaian people. Your vote, your work, your coverage, and your general following have all contributed to getting us thus far. It is with a deep sense of pride and humility that I address you this evening, following what has turned out to be a blistering battle for the flag bearership of the new Patriotic Party. To secure anything precious in this life, we must be prepared to fight the hard battles, prepared to work hard, and be prepared to withstand difficult circumstances. I am glad that you and I have successfully fought the hard battles, worked hard, and withstood the difficulties that came our way. And tonight, victory is for all of us. I am grateful. The MPP is grateful. To you all, and Ghana is grateful. I need to reiterate from the outset, our tradition has an enviable history of selecting leaders largely based on the mood of the party. At any point in time, our party unites around an individual, usually the best bet for national elections and governance. This individual usually emerges meritoriously on account of loyalty and contributions to party growth. It is our members' way of rewarding loyalty, vision, competence, and sacrifice. Our members have done this meticulously and repeatedly. As democratic space setters, we need to respect the wisdom and the decisions of our members represented by the delegates. It matters not which side you supported. Winners and those who didn't win at this particular time, we are in this together. All true and committed members of the great MPP need to embrace this civilized and time-tested way of selecting flag bearers. Political parties are assemblies of like-minded people. Whilst we may believe that our ideas are the best, we should be prepared to accept that there might be other ideas that may serve the larger interests of the party. As it is often said, after competition comes cooperation, and our expectation that all party members will apply themselves to this principle. It cannot be the case that one's support for the party is maintained only when those we support lead. I want to stand on this energy to make a passionate appeal to all members of the great MPP to let go of whatever reservations they have and come together. We need every idea, every voice, and every piece of advice to help us preserve and project a proud tradition bequeathed to us by our forebears. Let it not be said anywhere on any day that the party of B.J. Darochi, Peter Alagete, Odoy Sykes, J. Kufuor, Professor Mike Okwe, C.K. Tedham, J.H. Mensah, Aliu Mahama, Nana Addo-Dankwa Akufo-Addo, among other great patriots, could not handle disagreements as natural ways of stating alternative positions. I have the duty to the delegates who stood by me and to the delegates who found worthy ideas in my brothers who contested me. My election today communicates a broad-based appeal across the party, and I need to draw directly on that capital to unite the party as one of the crucial steps to winning power in 2028. I call on all to join in this bounden duty. After all, as the Akans say, prayer se uyi bako ana ebu ukabuma emu. United we stand, and divided we fall. As we embark on this crucial journey to rebuild our brand and reposition our party for electoral glory, let me remind you, dear party members, that whatever we have gone through during the past few months is not new in the politics of Ghana. We have been through this on a number of occasions, and on each of them we have shown we have even emerged. We have shown that we have the resilience and fortitude to overcome and even emerge stronger, and herein lies the opportunity. Fellow Crocodites, the data shows that any time the MPP is solidly behind the chosen flag bearer, the Ghanaian voter returns the favor by voting massively for our usually superior and life-changing policies and programs. We cannot therefore fail ourselves or Ghanaians. On this crucial point, I will undertake targeted engagements to revitalize our party, speaking with all members. This includes visits to some of our respected elders who for various reasons feel aggrieved. Every voice matters. Every opinion is worth considering, and every suggestion is vital to building a formidable strategy. To the youth of our party, the outcome of this contest rightly belongs to you. We will not be at the helm of affairs forever. The future of our party rests on your energy, dedication, and desire to see a vibrant political vehicle. Anytime the youth groups in the party rise, the great elephant soars. To the millions of our supporters and sympathizers nationwide, I know some of you refrained from voting in the last election because you were unhappy with several issues. We have started the process of reform. I assure you, Mahmoud Bawumia as flag bearer will do everything to ensure that the MPP listens more to you, is more mindful of your views, and is more reflective of your desires. We have a duty to bequeath a vibrant party to you, as was done to us. I am going to immediately work with the relevant recognized party structures to roll out a series of engagement sessions with various youth groups, both formal and informal, across the length and breadth of the country, to enable the development of a formidable youth platform that will be resourced for the task ahead. One of the most important things I'm interested in is discipline within our ranks. An army that lacks discipline will struggle to win its battles. The MPP needs to step up discipline internally, discipline in our operations, discipline in our communications, and discipline in the conduct of our members. The days when it was said of us that some displayed untoward behavior to the Ghanaian people should be a thing of the past. I will work closely with the national leadership to ensure that discipline is restored as the hallmark of the MPP. Let us celebrate in moderation. We must avoid actions that are more likely to compound tensions than to forge unity. As far as I am concerned, everybody has won. I urge all patriots to reach out to one another, place phone calls, and send WhatsApp and text messages to make personal visits. We have what it takes to reorganize and achieve a resounding victory in 2028. Let me extend heartfelt thanks to my campaign teams and volunteers at every level for staying focused throughout this period. I would also like to express my appreciation to the security agencies and all media houses. In particular, I want to express my heartfelt thanks to my beautiful wife, Samira. She has been a solid pillar to me in this campaign. Tonight, I pay tribute to my predecessors, Professor Albert Edubwahi, John Ajekum Kufuor, and Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. I say thank you to every contestant for participating in this race and for giving delegates an opportunity to make an informed choice. I say a special thank you to the members of Parliament who championed my bid, both in Parliament and in their various constituencies. I will never forget what you have done for me, and I will never forget you. Thank you to all the polling station executives, electoral area coordinators, constituency executives, regional executives, former members of Parliament, former party executives, all former MMDCs and government appointees, to our religious leaders and clergy across the country. Thank you. To my youth campaign team and the teeming young people across the country who championed this campaign from day one in the various communities, campuses, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, I say thank you. You remain my allies on this journey. Together, we will get this done. We still have a way to go, but the youth have proven that given the opportunity, they can conquer the world, and I believe in you. The polls have ended, but our push for a stronger MPP has just begun. With Almighty God, we shall succeed. The journey to victory 2028 has just begun. We are in this together. We shall work together, and we will win together. We shall work together, and we will win together. God bless you. God bless the New Patriotic Party, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you very much for your patience.
Yeshua Dinkunim. Yeshua Dinkunim. We are grateful to all our members, in no particular order. All our aspirants, we are grateful. National executives, we are grateful. His Excellency, the former president, we are extremely grateful for your presence. Al-Hajj Aziz Futa, closing prayer.
And that there is Dr. Bawumia delivering his acceptance speech at the MPP headquarters. And that was a speech that definitely reaches out to those who are hurt, but also trying to invite them to join him to rebuild the party. That's exactly what we expected him to say.
Call to come together as a one family, as Elephant family, forge ahead against the battle ahead. I think it's welcome. I hope and pray that they stay united and they stay formidable as a political party.
The dynamics in the party, do they change going forward? Now you have a third individual now with significant influence beside Kennedy Japan, and that for me is a key thing. I was making a point before we crossed over previously that historically, the MPP have had usually 2 power centers and then eventually evolves into 1 power center. So if you go back to the 90s, you began with you have the Akufo-Addo, and then you had the Kufuor camp that went on for a while, and then Kufuor became the dominant. And then when the transition was happening, then you had the Alan versus Akufo-Addo camp. Then it faded away, and then you then began to have the dominant one being Akufo-Addo. Now we've transitioned to the, if you like, Bawumia. Before now we had Bawumia and then was Ken. But I believe for the first time, you're going to have Bawumia, Ken, and then you also have Brian Champon in the mix there. What does this do to the party? Because Bawumia certainly hasn't got the same influence and control that Kufuor had, that Akufo-Addo had. He doesn't have that.
Look, if he's able to manage the relationship with the other camps, I don't see them becoming a threat to him while he's still the leader of the party. I can see them rally around him, especially Brian Achampong, who is quite young, who will be there for a very long time. Kennedy Japan, I think, would transition and probably fade out. The remnants of his base would probably decide whether they should go to DMB camp or go to Brian camp. But if somehow you get these guys to work together, then we'll see that camp probably diminishing in terms of influence. And then you can have Bawumia assert himself as the one powerhouse. And that would be very good for them if they're able to do that.
They need that, yeah.
Very good. If they...
he actually said that each time the party unites completely and totally behind one candidate, that candidate is rewarded by the electorate, by the public.
I think if they're able to do that, if they can put their differences aside and really forge that, it's not just going to be good for MPP, but good for a stronger opposition that we need to keep NDC government in check. And I think that would be good.
Winston?
Well, I think
on that same point.
Well, I think that at this point, the NPP is probably, you could reasonably say they're transitioning into a Bawumia-Brian situation. And it depends on how Bawumia handles this. I say it depends on how Bawumia handles this because it was a great decision when Bawumia made Napo his running mate. Because he took him out of the race because, what would Napo say if he had, been in this race? You went into the post with Dr. Bawumia. Are you going to come about and say, don't vote for him, vote for me when you were in the same boat together? He did well with that, and you saw Napo campaigning for him. He said, So long as Dr. Bawumia is contesting, I'm not going to contest. I think that where the party is reached now, because age is not on the side of Kennedy Agyapong, and age favors Dr. Brian Acheampong, he becomes the man. How does he handle this is what would actually inure to his benefit or be his disadvantage. Because in the past, we've seen that others did not handle their popularity well in the NPP, and it's really affected them. So this is it. If you look at J.A. Kufuor, for instance, J.A. Kufuor after 1996 stayed the course and was everywhere in the country, still keep touching base with his people. And so in 1998, when he came back, played a fast one, won that election. Nana Addo, we've discussed that over and over here on your election headquarters, how he managed to recruit young people. Okay, he just didn't recruit those young people, but also equip them and enhance them. And these young men became the base of his campaign, and they helped him. We've talked about how Kennedy may not have kept, base with his team after election 2023. So if you're Brian Acheampong, that's what you should be learning from. And this is the other point. One of the things we've also learned in this election is the fact that you need to be resourceful. Do not think that elections are always won by... Look, in 2014, at a point, Nana Addo was paying for transportation. He was saying, oh, I'm going to give the money to every constituency to come and all of that to go there and vote. You need to be resourceful. If you're not, get it. Okay? Do not think that you are the most handsome person and you're going to go there talking to people. Well, maybe things will change in the future, but if things remain the same, then it means that you have to be resourceful. Otherwise, forget it.
And just final thought before we wrap up. You say they are now in transition to a Bawumia Brian camp.
Yes.
When does that transition to a Bawumia sole control of the party? Because they need that to win. And as I've illustrated historically, those transitions always must end with one person dominating affairs for them to win. And I think in the case of Nana Addo, that transition came in the last primary before 2016, when he got, was it 80% or so?
Yeah. 94%.
94%, overwhelmingly, and it became his party. So Nana in transition to another duopoly. So when does he get that?
So this is why I say it depends on how Dr. Bawumia runs this. Because in 2014, and you see, this time around, you had a lot of MPs coming out to support Dr. Bawumia, and even parliamentary candidates, former MMDCs and all of that. In 2014, when Nana Addo was contesting, what actually happened was that wherever Nana Addo went, he went there. He didn't go to campaign as part of the superdelegates. He didn't go to campaign, okay? He came there, and the people came to pledge support to him. So when Nana Addo comes to your region, what you have to do is that everybody picks the microphone, okay, and says, I am so and so. I'm declaring my support for Akufo-Addo. I'm so and so. I declare my support for Akufo-Addo. In fact, I know in one of the regions, there was somebody who said, oh, he showed up there and they gave him a microphone and he said, oh, I was going to pray for Nana Addo. Immediately, they made sure he lost his primaries. He was a member of parliament. He lost his primary. The point I'm making is that, so this is something that will be solely dependent on how Bawumia runs it. Now, he can run it in a way that, look, by 2028, if he's able to get a good deal with Brian Acheampong, get him to help him. If he wins 2028 elections, it becomes him.
Yeah, and I mean, and as we know, that's going to be a tall order.
Well, but that also depends on how he's going to carry it.
If history repeats itself, then it predicts that they will lose 2028.
Yes, if we go by the regular
cycle, yeah. And then typically it's after that in the NPP's own tradition, that the candidate, if it's repeated, then sort of gains full control of the party. Then they begin to make strikes towards winning. Weighing on that for me, finally, this Brian, of course, I think I agree with the view that the Kennedy faction and camp will begin to fade away. Brian, obviously, with the win in the sale, and he has resources. And that's the thing. I guess that's the thing that sets him apart from even the previous two camps that we've talked about since 1992 now. Yeah. His resources that he has, Akufo didn't have that when he was fighting for the slot with Kufuor. what's the name of the gentleman? Alan Chamantin did not have that resource, the same resource that he has when he was fighting now with Akufo-Addo. And he's now there starting, and he will believe clearly, and he's going to spend the resources to try and build his base for the next primary, right? What does this mean for Bawumia, and what do you think he would need to do to land in a place where he's in full control of the party, if that's even possible?
Look, I think strategically, for Bawumia to really get full control over the party, he must find a way of neutralizing Brian's camp.
Yeah.
If he manages to get Brian closer to him, then whatever factionalism that may exist there would probably die down.
So you make him a running mate?
That's an option.
Okay.
That's an option. When he does that, then that will go down. But if he doesn't get that, Brian will build on what he got today to be ready for any time. And that would be very fierce.
I believe so.
It will be very fierce.
Because Brian will be more formidable than Ken as an opponent.
Absolutely. So he has to be strategic. He has to look at strategic, look at the data, look at where the numbers have spoken today. And you can't just ignore the numbers for Brian. So how do you get him?
And here's why Brian will be more formidable. Brian, in character, in presentation, in the way he approaches contest and life, is very similar to Bawumia. But they're both doctors, if you like. But he's also a street fighter.
Absolutely.
Bawumia is not necessarily a street fighter. Bawumia is not a street fighter. He is a street fighter, but he also knows how to appeal to the intellectual base because he can run a very scientific lecture. He came today, he was the first who came today with a written speech.
Yeah, that was
very well, exactly. Yes. And that tells you he knows how to run a very professional campaign, but he knows also when
to be rough.
Yeah. Bawumia hasn't got that in him.
Compliment.
And that is why he's so dangerous to Bawumia.
Yep.
He's so dangerous to Bawumia because he can appeal to that base, the base that want their candidate to get in the gutter and fight. But that base is there. And those guys who like Kennedy Japan, they like it because of that. Because we are going to fight with the NDC. You need somebody who can do what the NDC claims they can do with the grassroots. You know, we're able to march and walk and get the people behind us. He could do it. But you have somebody who could do both, who could compete with you at an intellectual level.
And then also
at the street level, right? And that is very dangerous for him, right? And so, again, what will Brian even want to become a second fiddle?
From what I
because he will know that you want to clip his wings.
From what I gather, Brian is not thinking about being running mate. It's not part of his plans. He doesn't want to be running.
And that's what makes this very, very dangerous.
He doesn't want to be running mate, but you see, again, you never say never. So you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You don't know the kind of promises that may be made to him. You don't know how the dynamics may change going into 2028 for him to even want to accept as running mate. Because sometimes also you accept to be running mate because you look at how things are going and you realize that if I put myself here, I could become the vice president of Ghana. So why don't I accept it and become the vice president of Ghana? And once I become the vice president of Ghana, then there is some certainty that I could become president of Ghana because then the likelihood that I can win my party's nomination is very high. Okay. So it depends on what happens. We know that Akufo-Addo in 2010 and 2014 chose his running mate very early. Is Dr. Bawumia going to do same?
He needs to.
If he needs
He needs to because now the next fight will be everybody's going to jostle for his attention. And that also becomes a distraction.
If he needs to...
He needs to quickly close that and move.
If he needs to, who gets it? If he's been giving a second chance, does he give Matthew Pope a second?
I know. I think the more I think about this, the path forward is very, very difficult.
Difficult one.
Very, very difficult. Because I'm thinking, really, he was better off having Kennedy Japan only as the guy to deal with. Now Brian presents a whole different challenge that he will struggle to deal with. Heavily resourced, can match you intellectually, can fight on the street. It's a dangerous combination to have as an opponent, right? Because if you pull resource, he can match you.
Yeah.
If you claim you're an intellectual, he can. But then he has another X factor there that the base want. Remember, somebody needs to galvanize the base for 2028. They claim that they didn't bring them to the table. In fact, he himself said it there. Brian can't do that. The party needs to find a way out of this. He must find a way out of this. And nobody in their history, no presidential candidate has had this challenge. No president. And yeah, they're in a deeper hole than they've ever had in the past. To dig themselves out of the hole they have now. But he also has a more difficult challenge than anybody else. Because as we speak right now, the Kennedy camp, they haven't faded yet. We are saying no fade. But they haven't faded yet.
We actually they haven't. Eventually.
But
it will transition.
But they'll still be there.
Yeah, because...
And Kennedy...
Just like Alan people. Alan left there.
Eventually.
So it's always like that. People just don't fade. New persons emerge.
Yeah.
And so if Brian emerges, then automatically the Kennedy camp would move into Bawumia or Brian, and that's it. But it's also dependent on how Bawumia would do things between now and 2028.
And another point you just made that's important. Forgive me. Let me just make it. So as Kennedy's camp fades, they would have to pitch between either Bawumia or Brian. Yeah. From what we've seen, where are they most likely to pitch? Because that camp that is fading, they'll need a home. Where do they go? We said that Alan's camp, those who he left behind, the remnants, appear to have
I think
gone towards.
I think they will naturally go to Brian.
That again is a very, very dangerous
go to Brian. But
thing for Bawumia.
If they do the new albums,
okay,
right?
Yeah, which is going to happen now.
It's going to happen. Now, what we must watch is how they put themselves in the album. I don't think Ken will put effort to get anything in the album. No. That's going to be Bawumia and Brian.
In fact, there's also going to emerge other people. And I know people who are also thinking of the future. And I know people who are also planning, not just, and they're thinking about the future. It's not just to say they're going to win polling station executives. No, they're actually going to sponsor people to become members of parliament who then are actually loyal to them.
But that's again where Brian is strong. In the Eastern region, they'll tell you, if you want to be a member of parliament in the Eastern region, Brian's camp. You know that. You know his ability to sponsor candidates. I asked him that question. I put that to him the last one I interviewed him. And he gave me he didn't actually answer the question. He smiled. He has this very sinister smile on his face when he sort of danced around it. But everybody in Eastern region tells you, where do you guys think that Ken Masgo came from? We all know where that came from. We all know all the MPs who, it hasn't been said publicly, but we know that the influence he has over the MPs, especially, it's huge. And then you're saying that people are going to sponsor people. He knows how to do that already, right?
Yes. So, that's why I'm saying that, look, once others are also going to emerge, then you must also fight for your survival. So if you're Dr. Bawumia, you're going to sit back and look at how you can play all of this to your advantage. And that's why I say what really matters now, and Dr. Bawumia says unity is key. What really matters now is how he picks his phone tomorrow. On Monday, he's tired now, he may probably want to sleep tomorrow. On Monday, pick his phone and start visiting them one after the other.
But here's the thing, I think, the way out. He must necessarily ensure that the building of the party blocks from ground up reflects his image. I think that's where he can get it. If he succeeds in getting the grassroots of the party, all the structures that now they're going to do, they invented it for a reason. If he can put his people at the level, the constituency level, the regional level, all the way to the top, then of course, then he controls the delegates base.
Now he can do that.
Now he can do that.
I mean, that's one of the things that was said.
That is how he can neutralize.
It's always advocated.
Yeah.
Look, the party should elect its flag bearer. Then the flag bearer will determine the sort of people he can work with. Now that the party has a flag bearer, what you would see is that his people will go down there. In fact, what the party is going to go through now would be a fight for parliamentary seats. And so the real deal will be those who intend to become parliamentary candidates. So if you want, you could get your guys to become parliamentary candidates.
But also starts with the structures, because those structures will vote for the.
And that's it. So
the parliamentary candidates.
So the polling station executives who are going to be voting in the parliamentary elections. So it's those who want to become members of parliament are the ones who are really going to fight in this election. And once they get that, then they will also begin to. But of course, even when it comes to members of parliament, I've already told you how people are trying to, also sponsor candidates so that those candidates, if they win, become loyal to them and can actually come with their base.
Yeah. Listen, already you're beginning to see the challenge that Bawumia will wake up tomorrow and begin to realize that he has to try and get this party to fully back him. And he made the point in his speech. He says each time in the NPP's tradition, the party gets completely behind a candidate, they tend to be rewarded by the general public. And he's not lying, which is what we've just been analyzing for you. And he said that because he knows that he needs that to make a dent in the NDC's chances in 2028 and beyond. And whether or not he gets to do that or not, tomorrow we'll begin to understand. And I'm sure Musa Dankwah will begin to do the polling on the ground and see where the structures will be lying in terms of the branches, the constituency, the regional. That must reflect the Bawumia image. If you can't fix that problem, and he doesn't get his delegates in place for 20, whatever else the next primary comes around, he has Brian to deal with. Listen, it's been fascinating. Thank you very much for making time to join us. And tomorrow, are you going to be going to El Bernard's church to say a prayer?
He hasn't invited me.
He has invited you.
Maybe you can invite yourself.
Just show up there and do a nice offering. But enjoy the rest of the event. This has been your election headquarters. My name is Evans Mensah.
I think that the Supreme Court has spoken emphatically that the decision of the Tamale High Court was made without jurisdiction, and so the court has quashed it and is hereby quashed. So Honorable Nyindam still remains the MP of the people of Pandai. So we call it still maintained.
To thank my lawyers and also use this opportunity to thank the Supreme Court judges for the ruling, because it's clear that the people wanted to change the will of the people of Pandai, but the Supreme Court has affirmed the will of the people, and I'm most grateful to them. I also want to thank the party from the head to the bottom, that is national, regional, and the constituency, for the support they've given me. And the people of Pandai, I'm sure that when you are in Pandai today, you will see the joy of the people.
Now, as a party, we are aggrieved by this decision, and therefore we will advise our candidate in the matter regarding the next step to take. But the court is a court of equity and of law. We should be interested in the Gazette gazette notification published by the Assembly Press under the authority of the Electoral Commission that was brought to Parliament, for which people like me were sworn in. That cannot be a gazette that will be discounted by the court, because it's a public document. The NPP cannot benefit from that gazette notification and come to court and say that that is not the proper document.
Right. So you heard Gary Nimakomafo, who led the NPP legal team. One of the members of that team is here in the studio to the Supreme Court with a certiorari application seeking to quash, and actually got the Supreme Court to quash, completely annul what the High Court in Tamale did. And you also heard Roxanne Nelson Dafiamapo Eche, Kwame Dafiamapo, right? He also is in Parliament. He is the Majority Chief Whip, and suggesting, he actually said that they may want to consider the opportunity of a review to the Supreme Court to review this decision. Some say that one, he should forget it because it won't work, because 4-1, if 2 judges are added, it won't change anything. And it's most unlikely that you get any of the 4 judges who held for Yindam change their mind in the next, if a review was mounted. So here in the studio, Fatima to Abubakar, who is former Minister for Information and spokesperson to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Dr. John Osai Kwapong is Democracy and Development Fellow of CDD Ghana and Project Director, the Democracy Project. Kwame Boafo Akufo, Esquire of Ekropong Ekwapim, also joins us. Kwabena Abankwayeboa is Vice Chairman of the NPP and Presidential Elections Committee member, right? He is former National Treasurer of the NPP as well. Sofo Tanko Rashid Computer, the man we spoke about a while ago, who said that they are going to be conducting a parallel, checking of the NPP's results. And I said he's such a provocateur. He's right here. He's Deputy National Director of Elections of the NDC, of Elections and IT. And he's also the CEO of GIFEX, that's the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications. Joining us from his base in the United States of America is the surgeon, Dr. Arthur Kobina Kennedy, physician and political activist. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for making time to join us.
Thank you very much.
Right. Because you have to go and vote, this is an important vote for you. Let's begin and see if we can make time for you to be able to go and vote. So this is the outcome of what happened. The NPP has been happy, and people are questioning the NPP's integrity, that when the court held otherwise, you took the judge to the cleaners, particularly Osahe Alex Markin. But now you are happy. You are singing that they have done well.
Anyway, Samson, good morning to you. Good morning to your distinguished panelists who are with us in studio and virtually, those who've joined us virtually this morning, and also to your cherished viewers at home. First of all, the NPP's track record really is the fact that we believe in the courts, and we, at least in our most recent dispensation, starting from when we sent the very first historic presidential election petition to court in 2013, you would realize that, if you would recall, that His Excellency, the former President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, set a precedent. The world was so proud that the petition that the President sent, the evidence that was adduced, the statements or if you watch the cross-examination of His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia at the time, we were so confident based on the records on our pink sheets that we had won the election. But to the admiration of many, when the court brought the judgment and the judgment was not favorable to us, the grace that was shown by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, even in the face of disappointment, was admirable. We have always followed that footstep and track record. Of course, the story was different during our time when His Excellency Nana Addo became president. The NDC was always up in arms, calling their lordships every name under the sun but the children of God. Unanimous they called them Unanimous FC. They said the courts were packed with NPP judges and they needed an opportunity to come and reset the courts and to balance the court. I don't know what that balancing act meant.
But recently, I think Making did worse.
So it cannot be compared to that, in all honesty. Respectfully, if there is anything following that, probably it is some of the character traits that some of our people have learned from the NDC. But it is not a generic posture of the New Patriotic Party as I know it. We are lawyers when we go to court, just as the farmer goes to the farm and the trader to the market. Our workplace and our business place is the court. So at no point in time would I disrespect or put out certain words that will bring the reputation of the court down.
We're talking about your party as represented by the minority that had a press conference and use unspoken words.
I am saying that was an exception. The judge and the judiciary. I am saying that was an exception to the rule. And if you have followed how NPP treats the courts, that has not been the general rule. I haven't done that. I have been going to court with Gary. Even in when we went to Tamale to move the application for stay, if you follow the proceedings, if you have the record of proceedings, you would realize that we're not even blaming the judge. We said that if the issue of the dates, the facts of the dates of filing the originating petition was brought to His Lordship's attention, we were confident that he would not have entertained the matter in the first place.
So hold on, I'm coming to you, get into the substance, but I just want to get a feel around the table. Yes, Prof, what do you say? Did you expect that this was the likely outcome? The EC had already, started the plans for the rerun.
So, good morning to the co-panelists. Good morning to the viewers.
And I realize you're taking an interest in the judiciary yourself, in the Afrobarometer work.
Yes. So I didn't expect that outcome, but I would also say that I was pleased with that outcome in the sense that if I go back and look at how we've handled disputes about the outcome of a parliamentary election, there were two cases that immediately came to mind. I think it was the 2004 election. I think it was Akwetia, where there was some violent incidences in a number of polling stations, leading to contestation about who was the rightful winner of that election. And the remedy by the court was, okay, just go back to those polling stations where there were issues and then rerun them.
Right.
And then I also thought of the situation with Ablekuma North, which was, let's go back to the problematic polling stations and rerun them. If you also go back to the Supreme Court decision in the 2012 petition,
right,
the minority opinion said, look, if there are some infractions as part of an election, separate them into two, administrative errors and legal infractions. If there are legal infractions, then your remedy is where those legal infractions or errors occurred, then you go there and you fix it.
Not the entire.
So when I looked at the Pandai ruling, I was quite surprised that if you look at the facts of the case, I mean, there was no dispute about the fact that certain polling stations and their results were problematic. So I was not sure why the judge's remedy then was throw the whole thing out and have a do-over as opposed to let's just remedy the problematic areas.
Nonetheless, did you find the reaction, particularly from the minority group, reprehensible? Now, the Afenyomakin also issues a statement and says this is a victory for the rule of law and for democracy. Some of the judges that they seem to have made adverse comments against them, particularly about Justice Georgina Wood's, Gertrude Tokonu's removal, are in this suit as well and held for their candidate. I'm talking about Justice Amadou Umoro Tanko, for example. So those who held the four who held in favor of the quashing the decision of the High Court, Justices Amadou Tanko, Yoni Kolendi, Samuel Kwame Adibu Esiedu. Does that name ring a bell to anybody? And then Henry Kofi. It was Justice Gabriel Scott Poorman who dissented.
You know, partisans tend to have this love-hate relationship with institutions, right? When the outcome of institutional decisions favor them, they tend to be very happy with the institution. And typically when it doesn't favor them, then they tend to, have issues with the institution. So if you look at historically how they've responded to court rulings or even other kinds of institutional decisions, the institution is great if their pronouncement is in line with their expectations or what they want. And in fact, you also see that reflected in how citizens respond to the question of trust in institutions in the Afrobarometer survey. I always say that when a citizen's party is in power, the party they say they feel close to is in power, you see their level of trust go up a little bit more than when the party they prefer is in opposition.
So what you may find their unprincipled conduct eventually affects the perception of the ordinary person about the judiciary.
Exactly. You see that reflected in various rounds of the survey where trust keeps changing depending on whether your preferred party, is in power or not. Okay. To the point where even in one of our Afrobarometer surveys, there is even a high perception that Ghanaians believe judges tend to be very influenced by politics than just looking at the law in their decisions.
All right. Yes, so what do you say?
Well, let me say good morning to you and then my co-panelists and the cherished viewers across the globe. Council, we accept the decision of the Supreme Court. We are a law-abiding political party, but we disagree the ruling. We disagree with the ruling totally. Total disagree. And we are waiting for the reasoning behind of their ruling on the 6th of February. They indicated it to come out on the 6th of February. Then we advise ourselves appropriately. Because if you look at, let's set the business straightforward. The Supreme Court doesn't have jurisdiction over the substance of the matter. If you look at the Enabling Act, the PNDC law 284, that talks of election petition. Under Article 99(1) of the Constitution, it is only the High Court that goes into election petition matter. Supreme Court doesn't deal with that.
Supreme Court is a supervisor of the realm.
But it doesn't go into the...
If something goes to the High Court or any other court, the Supreme Court has power to review it.
We agreed. But we are saying that when it comes to the substance of the matter, going to the nitty-gritty of election petition, under Article 99(1), it is the High Court. That one there is I defer that one to you. Now, when you look at the matter critically, what the Supreme Court did was based on technical issue of gazette, not the substance in itself. If you go and look at the ruling of the High Court, page 151, it's very clear that the election was properly rigged. The judge makes references to those things. And I have the ruling, I can make it available for you, for them to tease out that portion where the judge the learned judge